Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never really believed in the supernatural until it followed me home. I'm still not sure exactly what happened, but I can't deny something attached itself to me, and I think it's still here. I live in Asheville. If you know anything about this place, you know it's full of spiritual energy. Some good, some not so good. Lots of people come here for the healing vibes, but I grew up here, so it was just home to me, at least until last month. It all started with a stupid late-night walk on some abandoned train tracks near my apartment. Me and my best friend Jess had gone there a few times before just to hang out and talk. We'd sit on the tracks, look at the stars and chat about life. Normal teenage stuff. But about 3 weeks ago, something felt different. Jess kept saying she heard footsteps behind us, like someone was running up quick. We'd turn around and nothing would be there. This happened like 4 times in 20 minutes, and Jess was getting really freaked out. I didn't hear anything, but seeing her so scared made me nervous too. We ended up booking it home that night. A couple days later, we went back. I know, stupid decision, but we convinced ourselves we were just being paranoid. This time we brought flashlights. We were walking and talking when I saw something about 50 feet ahead of us on the tracks. It was just a dark shape at first, kind of blending in with the shadows from the trees. I pointed my flashlight at it, and it disappeared. "Did you see that?" I asked Jess. She hadn't seen anything, so I figured my eyes were playing tricks on me. But as we kept walking, I saw it again. This time, I'm positive it was there. It was tall, like unnaturally tall, maybe 7 feet, and just black. Not like a person wearing black clothes, more like a void, shaped like a person, if that makes any sense. "We need to go," I whispered to Jess. I didn't even point it out to her this time. I just grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the fence we always ducked under to get off the tracks. As we were crouching to go under the fence, I glanced back. The thing was closer now, maybe 30 feet away, and it was just standing there, watching us. I swear it didn't have a face, but somehow I could feel it staring. We ran all the way back to my apartment and locked the door. That's when Jess told me something she'd been keeping from me. The first night on the tracks, when she kept hearing footsteps, she actually saw something too. She said there were 2 different things that hung around those tracks. One looked almost like a goat, but walking on 2 legs. She described it as demonic. The other was the tall shadow figure I had just seen. I was pissed. She hadn't told me before we went back, but she said she thought I wouldn't believe her. Fair enough, I guess. For the next few days, we stayed away from the tracks. Life was going okay until my mum called. She'd been sick for a while, cancer. But the doctors had said she was responding well to treatment, except she wasn't. She died 3 days after that call. It was so sudden that I'm still processing it. The same day I got the news about my mom, my grandparents called to tell me their dog had died in his sleep. He was old, so it wasn't completely unexpected, but the timing was awful. I loved that dog. He'd been around since I was a little kid. Then, to make everything even worse, I came home to find one of my pet rats had killed and partially eaten the other one. I've had rats for years, and I've never seen anything like it. They had plenty of food, clean water, a spacious cage, everything they needed. They'd always gotten along perfectly before. The surviving rat was acting completely bizarre too, pacing in circles, squeaking aggressively at nothing. I ended up having to rehome him because his behavior scared me so much. All of this happened in a single week. Mom, grandparents' dog, my pet, all dead within days of each other. It felt like death was following me. About 4 days after my mom passed, Jess suggested we go to this creek near our apartments to clear our heads. It was night, maybe around 11, and even though I was exhausted from grief, I agreed. I needed to get out of my apartment, which now felt suffocating with sadness. The creek was peaceful. We sat on some rocks, dipping our feet in the cold water, talking about my mum and all the good memories I had with her. For the first time in days, I felt a little bit of peace. As we were leaving, Jess stopped to tie her shoe. I walked a few steps ahead, then heard her say, Kate. In this voice I'd never heard from her before. A terrified voice. I turned around, and she was staring past me into the darkness of the trees. "There's something behind us," she whispered. "It's been following us since we left the creek." I didn't look. I didn't want to see it. We just walked as fast as we could back to my apartment. The whole way there, I felt something cold on the back of my neck, like someone was breathing on me. But whenever I'd reach back to swat at it, there was nothing there. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing scratching sounds from my bathroom, like fingernails on the tile. I told myself it was the pipes or the building settling, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I'm usually pretty spiritual. I meditate. I cleanse my space with sage. I have protective crystals. But after my mom died, I was too drained to do any of it. I think that's when it got in, when my defenses were down. The next morning, the scratching was gone, but there was this weird smell coming from the bathroom, like rotting meat and something burnt. I checked everything, the trash, the drains, behind the toilet, nothing that could explain the smell. That night, I had what I thought was a dream, but now I'm not so sure. In it, I got up to do laundry. Weird thing to dream about, I know. As I was loading the washing machine, I felt something slide into my body from behind, like cold water pouring into me. I tried to scream but couldn't. I could feel it trying to take control, trying to make me walk to the bathroom. I fought against it with everything I had, repeating in my head, "This is my body, get out." I woke up drenched in sweat with this overwhelming urge to go to the bathroom, but something in me knew that would be bad, really bad. So I held it until morning, when daylight streamed through my windows and I felt safer. I told Jess about everything, the scratching, the smell, the dream. She came over right away with Florida water, some herbs and chalk to draw protective sigils. She's more into this stuff than I am. We started in my bedroom, spritzing Florida water in the corners, burning rosemary, she said sage might anger whatever it was, and drawing protective symbols on the door frames. Everything was fine until we got to the bathroom door. As soon as Jess raised her hand to draw a sigil on the bathroom door, we heard a growl from inside. Not like a dog growl, more like a person trying to imitate a dog, but deeper and wrong somehow. We both froze. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Jess nodded, her face pale. Then she straightened up, took a deep breath, and threw open the bathroom door, flinging Florida water inside. "You are not welcome here," she shouted. Nothing visible was there, but the air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. The smell was overwhelming. I gagged and had to step back. Jess drew sigils on every surface she could reach, the mirror, the shower curtain, the tile. The whole time, I stood in the hallway, feeling like something was watching us from the dark corner behind the shower curtain. When she finished, the feeling lessened a bit, but it didn't go away completely. That was 2 weeks ago. I've been sleeping on Jess's couch since then because I can't stand being in my apartment alone. When I do go back to get clothes or check on things, I never use that bathroom. I drive to the gas station down the street if I need to. I still feel it watching me sometimes, even at Jess's place, in reflective surfaces mostly, windows at night, the black screen of my phone before it turns on, puddles after it rains, just a glimpse of something tall and dark, standing behind me. When I turn around, nothing's there. Last night I woke up at exactly 3:27 a.m. I know because I checked my phone right away, feeling suddenly alert. The living room was pitch black, except for a dim night light in the kitchen. As my eyes adjusted, I could make out a tall figure standing in the corner of the room. It was so dark that it looked like a piece of the darkness had detached itself and taken form. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, just laid there staring at it while it stared back at me with eyes I couldn't see but somehow felt. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, it moved closer to the couch, leaned down near my face, and whispered something I couldn't understand. The voice sounded like multiple voices layered on top of each other, some high, some low, all speaking in unison. Then it was gone. Just vanished. I didn't sleep again. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't keep sleeping on Jess's couch forever. I can't go back to my apartment. I can't tell my family because they're still dealing with Mom's death. I feel like I'm going crazy, but I know what I've seen and heard and felt. Whatever attached itself to me that night on the train tracks isn't going away, and I'm terrified of what it wants from me. Story 2. I've never shared this with anyone online before, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. It's been nearly 4 years since it happened, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I'm not even sure if writing this will help, but maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not going crazy. This all started when my friend Ethan called me out of the blue in late October. We'd known each other since high school but had drifted apart after graduation when I stayed in Hartford for work and he went off to college. His voice sounded different on the phone, strained and desperate. He asked if we could meet up, saying he needed help with something he couldn't explain over the phone. I agreed, and we decided to meet at our mutual friend Lisa's apartment the next evening. When I arrived at Lisa's place, Ethan was already there. The moment I saw him, I knew something was seriously wrong. He'd lost weight, his eyes were sunken with dark circles underneath, and he kept looking over his shoulder at empty corners of the room. Lisa shot me a worried glance as I walked in. "Thanks for coming, Marcus," Ethan said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know who else to turn to. We sat down in Lisa's living room, and Ethan began to tell us what had been happening. About 3 years earlier, when he was going through a rough patch in college, he'd become interested in some occult stuff. He described how he'd created what he called a shrine in his closet at his parents' house, where he still lived during breaks. He'd pray to it, asking for guidance, strength, whatever he needed at the time. I didn't think anything would actually happen, he said, staring at his hands. But something answered. According to Ethan, he began to feel a presence in his room, always watching him. Then he started seeing it, what he described as a faceless man in a top hat. At first, it would just stand in corners or at the foot of his bed. Then it started whispering to him, telling him to hurt himself. He showed us faded scars on his arms. "I've been living with this thing for years," he said. "It follows me everywhere. It's here right now." I looked around the room instinctively, but of course I didn't see anything. There were about 8 or 9 other people in Lisa's apartment that evening, her roommates and some friends watching a movie in the other room. But none of them seemed aware of our conversation. "Where?" Lisa asked, her voice steady, but her hands trembling slightly. Ethan pointed to the space behind me, standing right there, watching us. I didn't see anything, but suddenly I felt this weird pressure on my shoulders, like someone had placed their hands there. The air felt thick, almost hard to breathe. I shrugged my shoulders, trying to shake off the feeling, but it didn't go away. "I need your help," Ethan continued. "I want it gone. I've tried everything. I think we need to go back to where it started." That's how, an hour later, the 3 of us ended up driving to Ethan's parents' house. They were away for the weekend, which Ethan said was good. He didn't want them involved. The entire drive, he kept checking the rear-view mirror, flinching at things I couldn't see. Ethan's family home was this big colonial in the suburbs, the kind that should feel warm and inviting, but instead felt oppressive as we walked up the driveway. The porch light flickered as we approached, and I remember thinking that was a bad sign. Stupid, I know, but at that moment, it felt significant. Inside, the house was quiet and dark. Ethan led us upstairs to his bedroom, flipping on lights as we went. His room looked normal enough. Posters on the walls, a desk covered in books, a twin bed with rumpled sheets. But the moment I stepped inside, something felt off. The air was colder than the rest of the house, and there was this smell, not strong but noticeable, like wet soil and something metallic. "This is where it started," Ethan said, gesturing to the closet on the far wall. The door was closed. Lisa had brought a Bible with her. She was more religious than either of us. And when Ethan had explained the situation, she'd immediately suggested a prayer intervention. Now she pulled the Bible from her bag and began flipping through it. I walked around the room, trying to get a feel for the place. There was a painting on the wall that caught my eye, supposedly of Jesus, hand-painted in acrylics. Something about it didn't look right, though. The proportions were off, and the eyes, they didn't look like they were looking at you so much as through you. "Did you paint this?" I asked Ethan, who was pacing back and forth by the window. "Yeah," he said without looking at it. "A few years ago." "It doesn't feel right," I said, not sure how else to explain it. "It's not supposed to be him," Ethan whispered. "That's what it wanted me to paint." Lisa had started praying quietly, her eyes closed, Bible open in her hands. I decided to check out the closet, the source of all this, according to Ethan. As I approached it, the feeling of pressure on my shoulders increased, like someone was pushing down on me. My hand hovered over the doorknob, and I swear it felt warm to the touch, even before I made contact. I opened the closet door. What happened next is hard to explain, and I know how it's going to sound. 1 second I was standing in front of the open closet, and the next I was across the room, my back pressed against Ethan's dresser, about 7 or 8 feet away. I hadn't walked there. I hadn't jumped. It was like I had been moved, pushed or pulled, I don't know which. My heart was racing, adrenaline flooding my system. Fight or flight had kicked in hard, but there was nothing physical to fight. The closet looked empty, just some clothes hanging, shoes on the floor, and a shelf with some books and boxes. But I knew it wasn't empty. I could feel something watching me from inside that dark space, something that had just demonstrated it could physically move me across a room without touching me. My legs were shaking and I couldn't catch my breath. I'd always thought of myself as someone who could handle scary situations, but in that moment I was terrified in a way I'd never experienced before. "I can't," I managed to say, backing toward the door. "I can't do this." Ethan looked at me with understanding rather than judgment. "You feel it now, don't you?" I nodded and stumbled out into the hallway. I couldn't go back in that room. I just couldn't. I stood there trying to calm down, listening to Lisa's prayers growing more intense. Her voice rose and fell, sometimes speaking in tongues, something I'd never heard her do before. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, Lisa emerged from the bedroom. Her face was streaked with tears, but these weren't normal tears. They were thicker somehow, almost like oil. She wiped at them with the back of her hand. "We need to leave," she said, her voice hoarse. "Now." We practically ran out of that house. None of us spoke until we were in the car and halfway back to Lisa's place. "What happened in there?" I finally asked. Lisa shook her head. "I don't know if I can explain it. I was praying, and I felt resistance, like pushing against a strong current. Then I felt something touch my face, and the tears just started coming, but they weren't my tears. It was using me to cry." I told them what had happened to me, how I'd been moved across the room without walking there. Ethan just nodded, like this confirmed something he already knew. "It's strong," he said. "Stronger than it was before." We tried to come up with a plan, something to help Ethan. Lisa suggested reaching out to her pastor. I thought maybe a medium or someone with experience in these matters. We all agreed to research and reconvene in a few days. But that never happened. Ethan stopped answering our calls. When I finally got hold of him about 2 months later, he sounded different, resigned, almost peaceful in a disturbing way. I've accepted it, he told me. It's easier this way. It's always going to be with me, so I might as well stop fighting. I tried to argue with him, to convince him to keep trying, but he just thanked me for my help and hung up. I haven't heard from him since, though I check his social media occasionally to make sure he's still alive. He posts rarely, and when he does, the content is strange. Abstract artwork with dark themes and cryptic captions. I never saw what Ethan saw, the faceless man in the top hat. But I felt it. I know it was real. Something in that closet had enough power to physically move me across a room, to make Lisa cry tears that weren't her own, to break Ethan's spirit so completely that he gave up fighting. Sometimes I wake up at night with that same heavy feeling on my shoulders. I tell myself it's just stress or sleep paralysis. But deep down, I wonder if whatever was in that closet followed me home that night. I wonder if it's watching me right now as I type this. I don't have any answers or neat conclusions to offer. All I know is that there are things in this world we don't understand. Things that can hurt us in ways we can't explain. And sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see. It's what you feel, what you know is there even when you can't see it. If you've ever experienced anything like this, please let me know. And if you haven't, count yourself lucky. Some things, once experienced, can never be unfelt. Some presences once encountered never truly leave you alone. Story 3. I still can't believe what we saw out there. It's been 3 weeks, and I haven't slept right since. I've tried talking to my therapist about it, but I can't bring myself to share the whole story because I know how insane it sounds. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has seen something similar. It started as a stupid adventure. My friends Jake, Mia, and I were hanging out at Jake's place last month when he mentioned this abandoned town his uncle had supposedly found while off-roading in the Mojave Desert years ago. Jake's uncle had described it as this perfectly preserved ghost town with old Western-style buildings and mining equipment, completely untouched. According to him, it wasn't on any maps, and he only stumbled upon it because he got lost during a dust storm. Jake was convinced we could find it. He kept saying it would make for amazing photos and that nobody else knew about this place. Mia and I were skeptical, but got caught up in his enthusiasm. We were bored, and it sounded like an adventure. Looking back, I wish I'd trusted my gut and stayed home. We left early on a Saturday morning in Jake's beat-up Toyota Corolla. I remember joking about how unprepared we were, just some snacks, 3 water bottles each, and our phones. Jake insisted his car was fine, despite the check engine light that had been on for months. "It's never let me down before," he said. That statement would come back to haunt us. The deeper we drove into the desert, the more uneasy I felt. The roads gradually deteriorated from paved highways to dirt tracks that barely qualified as roads. The landscape was beautiful in that desolate way, all rust-colored earth and scrubby vegetation under a vast blue sky. But something about it felt oppressive. The emptiness started to feel less peaceful and more threatening with each passing mile. After about 3 hours of driving, we started seeing odd things scattered across the landscape. First, it was just trash, old beer cans and plastic bags caught in the brush. Then we spotted a carnival ticket booth, just sitting there in the middle of nowhere, faded red and white paint peeling off its sides. There was no other carnival equipment around it, just this single booth, miles from civilization. "That's weird," Mia said from the back seat. "Why would that be out here?" Jake slowed down as we passed it. "People dump stuff in the desert all the time." But it wasn't just the ticket booth. As we continued, we saw more discarded items that didn't belong. A broken tractor missing its wheels, a weathered sofa facing the empty desert like someone had set it up for the view, small wooden shacks that didn't seem to belong to any larger settlement. Everything was spaced out, appearing randomly every quarter mile or so, as if someone had scattered pieces of civilization across the barren landscape. The temperature was climbing, probably in the high 90s, and Jake's AC was struggling. Sweat trickled down my back, soaking my t-shirt. The car's interior felt like an oven. We'd been driving for nearly 4 hours, and I was about to suggest turning back when we crested a small rise and saw it. In a shallow valley about half a mile ahead stood a long, dilapidated mobile home. It wasn't the ghost town Jake's uncle had described, not even close, but Jake hit the gas anyway, excited to find any sign of habitation. As we got closer, my stomach knotted. The structure was like something pulled straight from a horror movie. It was an old double-wide trailer with wooden siding that had been added to extend down to the ground, creating a 4-foot crawl space underneath. Most of the siding was weather-beaten and grey, but some sections had fallen away, revealing dark openings beneath the structure. Faded yellow curtains blew through broken windows. The whole building seemed to sag in the middle, like it might collapse at any moment. Around the property were abandoned cars, at least 5 or 6, with their doors and trunks hanging open. Personal items were scattered everywhere: clothes, shoes, kitchenware, even what looked like photo albums with their pages flipping in the breeze. In the center of this chaos was a crude fire pit ringed with stones. Jake slowed the car to a crawl as we approached. "This is nuts," he whispered, leaning forward over the steering wheel to get a better look. That's when I saw them. In one of the broken windows, partially hidden behind a tattered curtain, was a face. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light or my imagination. But then it moved, and I could make out features, sunken eyes in a gaunt, pale face, watching us intently. My blood ran cold. "Guys," I said, my voice barely audible, "there's someone in there." Mia leaned forward from the back seat, squinting. "Where? I don't—" She stopped mid-sentence. Oh my God. Because it wasn't just one face anymore. As my eyes adjusted to the shadows, I could see more of them. Pale figures moving behind the windows and in the dark recesses beneath the trailer. They were unnaturally thin, with elongated limbs, their movements jerky and wrong. Most had tangled, matted hair hanging down past their shoulders. But one larger figure was completely bald, its skull misshapen and too large for its body. As we slowly rolled past, they tracked our movement, disappearing from one window only to appear at the next, their eyes never leaving our car. Some crawled beneath the structure, visible through the gaps in the siding, moving on all fours in a way that didn't look human at all. "Jake, don't stop," Mia whispered urgently. "Please don't stop." But Jake was transfixed. "Do you see them?" he asked, his voice cracking. "What the hell are they?" "I don't care what they are," I said, gripping the dashboard. "Let's get out of here." Instead, Jake stopped the car right by the fire pit. "What are you doing?" I hissed. He put the car in park and turned off the engine. "I just want to check this out. It'll take 2 seconds." Before either of us could stop him, Jake was out of the car, walking toward the fire pit. Mia and I watched in horror as he knelt down to examine something. Bones, I realized with a sick feeling. Small animal bones arranged in some kind of pattern. I rolled down my window a crack. "Jake!" I called, trying to keep my voice low. "Get back in the car now!" He waved dismissively without looking up. Just a minute. That's when I saw one of them emerge partially from beneath the trailer, about 20 feet behind Jake. It stayed in the shadows, but I could see it swaying back and forth, like it was preparing to move. Its limbs were impossibly long and thin, bent at unnatural angles. The thing's face was mostly hidden by stringy hair, but I could see its mouth, too wide, stretching across its face. "Jake!" Mia screamed, no longer caring about being quiet. "Behind you!" He finally looked up, turning slowly. I couldn't see his expression, but his entire body went rigid. He stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, staring at the creature. Then he backed away slowly, before turning and sprinting to the car. He fumbled with the door handle, his hands shaking violently. When he finally got in, he slammed the door and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered but didn't start. Come on," Jake muttered, turning the key again. Nothing. Through the windshield, I could see more of them emerging from under the trailer and from inside, moving with that same unnatural gait, not quite walking, almost gliding. Their pale bodies seemed to absorb the sunlight rather than reflect it. "Jake, please," Mia sobbed from the back seat. He turned the key again. The engine coughed, then died. I looked out my window and saw one of them, the bald one, standing about 30 feet away, watching us with black, sunken eyes. It tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if curious. Jake was openly crying now, still trying the ignition. "Please, God, please," he kept saying. On the fourth try, the engine finally roared to life. Jake slammed the car into drive and floored it, the tires spinning in the loose sand, before finding purchase. We fishtailed away, kicking up a massive dust cloud behind us. I turned to look back through the rear window. Through the settling dust, I could see them all gathered at the edge of the property, standing completely still, watching us leave. There were more of them than I'd initially thought, at least a dozen, varying in height but all with the same emaciated build and pale skin. The tallest one raised a spindly arm, almost like it was waving goodbye. We drove in complete silence for at least 20 minutes, the only sound our ragged breathing and the car's engine straining as Jake pushed it well beyond what it could handle. When we finally reached a paved road, Mia started crying again, quiet sobs that she tried to muffle with her hands. "What were they?" she finally asked, her voice barely audible. None of us had an answer. We drove straight back to the city without stopping, not even for gas despite the warning light coming on. We made it back with the needle well below empty, which seemed impossible. The strangest part is that we've barely discussed it since. It's like we've all silently agreed to pretend it never happened. Jake sold his Corolla the next week and bought a more reliable car. Mia stopped returning my texts after a few days. I tried looking up information about the area where we were, but I can't pinpoint the exact location on a map. Everything looked the same out there. Sometimes I wonder if we imagined the whole thing, a shared hallucination brought on by heat and dehydration. But then I remember those eyes watching us, that unnatural swaying motion, and I know it was real. I haven't been able to sleep with the lights off since we got back. Every time I close my eyes, I see those pale figures moving beneath the trailer, their limbs bending in ways that human joints don't allow. I keep wondering what would have happened if Jake's car hadn't started. I wonder if anyone else has ever seen them, or if anyone who has is still around to talk about it. I don't know what those things were. All I know is that they weren't human, and they're still out there in the desert, watching and waiting for the next group of idiots who think they've found an adventure. Story 4. I've never really shared this with many people. Even now, typing it out makes my hands shake a little. I guess I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I grew up in Ridgewood in the early 2000s. Small town, lots of trees, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. My house was right on the edge of the forest, about a 15-minute walk from my elementary school. I was always a bit of an odd kid, mostly kept to myself, and I had this ability, I guess you'd call it. I could control my dreams. It sounds cool, right? Being able to fly or conjure up whatever you want while you sleep? Most of the time it was. I'd been doing it since I was around 7 years old. I discovered it accidentally when I realized during a nightmare that I was dreaming and I could just change things. After that, I taught myself to recognize when I was dreaming and take control. By the time I was 12, I could do it almost every night. My parents thought it was just an overactive imagination. My mom would smile and nod when I'd tell her about flying over our house or swimming with dolphins. Looking back, I wish I'd kept it to myself. It was April of 2005 when it happened. I remember because it was right after my 13th birthday. The weather had just started getting warmer, and I'd gone to bed early that night because I had a math test the next day. I fell asleep quickly and found myself in that familiar state where I knew I was dreaming, but could control everything. I decided to explore the woods behind my school. It was a place I knew well in real life, but in dreams I could make it more magical, add creatures or change the landscape. The forest in my dream looked exactly like the real one. Tall pines creating patches of shadow and light, the small creek that ran through it, even the path worn down by kids taking shortcuts to school. The sun was setting in my dream, casting everything in this golden orange glow. I remember feeling completely at peace, walking through the trees, listening to birds I'd created in my mind. I came to this small clearing I recognized. In real life, it had a fallen tree that kids would sit on during recess when we'd have outdoor classes. I sat down on it, enjoying the quiet, when something changed. The air got colder, not gradually, but all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I looked across the clearing, and that's when I saw him for the first time. He was standing between two large pine trees, maybe 30 feet away. At first I thought it was just a shadow, a trick of the light in my dream. But then I realized the shadow had a shape, a man's shape, tall, taller than any man I'd ever seen, wearing what looked like a long black coat that reached almost to the ground, and a hat, a wide-brimmed fedora that cast his face in complete darkness. But the worst part wasn't the hat or the coat. It was what surrounded him, this darkness. It wasn't like smoke exactly, more like if darkness itself could move and flow. It rippled around him like a cloud, or like he was made of living shadow that couldn't quite hold its shape. I remember thinking, this isn't mine. I didn't create this. In all my years of lucid dreaming, nothing had ever appeared that I hadn't consciously put there. The figure didn't move. He just watched. I couldn't see his eyes, couldn't see any features at all in the blackness under the hat. But I knew he was looking at me. I could feel it like ice water running down my spine. I tried to make him disappear. That's how it worked in my dreams. If something scared me, I could just will it away. But nothing happened. He stayed there, perfectly still, watching. That's when the fear really hit me. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't part of my dream. It was something else, something that had found its way in. I stood up from the log and started backing away. The figure didn't move, but somehow I knew it was amused, like my fear was entertaining. I turned and ran. The school was just through the woods, and in my panic I thought if I could just get there, I'd be safe. I sprinted between trees, jumping over roots and rocks, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. About halfway to the school, I glanced back over my shoulder. The path behind me was empty. For a second I felt relief until I looked ahead again. He was there, standing maybe 20 feet in front of me now, still perfectly still, that dark aura pulsing around him. I skidded to a stop, almost falling. The thing is, I never saw him move, not once. He would just be somewhere else, always the same distance away, always watching. I changed direction, veering off the path and crashing through underbrush. The branches scratched my arms, but I barely felt it. All I could think was that I needed to get away. When I broke through the trees at the edge of the school grounds, I looked back again. Nothing. The sports field stretched out empty in front of the building. I ran across it anyway, not slowing down until I reached the back entrance. In real life, this door was always locked after hours, But in my dream, it opened easily. I slipped inside, into the dark hallway. The school was silent and empty, the only sound my own ragged breathing echoing off the lockers. I made my way to the gym. It was familiar territory, somewhere I spent a lot of time in real life. The gym had a small locker room off to the side, where we'd change for PE. I went in there and crouched in the corner between two rows of lockers, trying to calm my breathing. "It's just a dream," I whispered to myself. "Wake up, just wake up." But I couldn't. For the first time ever, I couldn't pull myself out of the dream. It was like something was holding me there. I don't know how long I sat in that locker room. Minutes, hours. Time gets weird in dreams. But eventually I started to feel something, a pressure in the air, like before a thunderstorm, and cold. So cold, my breath should have been visible. He was coming. I couldn't see him, but I knew it as surely as I knew my own name. He was in the school now, moving through the hallways, looking for me. I pressed myself harder against the lockers, making myself as small as possible. The lights in the locker room began to flicker, dimming until they were barely glowing. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate steps in the gym outside the locker room door. They didn't sound quite right, though. Not like shoes on hardwood, more like nothing I can really describe. A sound that wasn't quite a sound. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I wasn't breathing anymore, too terrified to make even the slightest noise. The handle of the door started to turn slowly, and that's when I woke up. I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping for air like I'd been drowning. My sheets were soaked with sweat, and my heart was racing so fast I thought it might explode. My room was dark except for the dim glow of my alarm clock, 3:15 in the morning. For a few minutes I just sat there telling myself it was just a nightmare. Not a lucid dream, just a regular, terrifying nightmare. It happens to everyone, right? But deep down, I knew it wasn't. It felt different, more real, and I had never ever lost control of a lucid dream before. I was too scared to go back to sleep, so I turned on all the lights in my room and sat up reading comic books until morning. When my mom asked why I looked so tired, I made up some excuse about being nervous for my math test. I tried to forget about it. For a few days, I even avoided dreaming altogether. I'd stay up late watching TV until I was so exhausted, I'd fall into a deep, dreamless sleep. But about a week later, curiosity got the better of me. I'd convinced myself it was just a weird one-off thing, that I'd been stressing about school or something. So I decided to try lucid dreaming again. Big mistake. This time, I found myself in my own house. It was nighttime in the dream, and I was in my bedroom. Everything looked normal at first. I practiced some of the usual things I'd do, making objects float, changing the color of my walls, simple stuff. Then my bedroom door slowly swung open on its own. The hallway outside was pitch black, not just dark, but a complete absence of light that seemed to swallow everything. And standing in that darkness was the same figure, the Hat Man. I could see him more clearly this time. The coat wasn't just black, it seemed to absorb the light around it. The hat sat perfectly straight on his head, and though I still couldn't see a face, I had the distinct impression he was smiling. That same dark aura surrounded him, rippling and flowing like liquid shadow. He raised one arm, the first time I'd seen him move, and pointed directly at me. His hand was just as dark as the rest of him, fingers too long and thin to be human. I woke up screaming. My parents came running in, found me huddled against my headboard, sobbing uncontrollably. I couldn't tell them what had really scared me. They'd never believe me, so I blamed it on a generic nightmare. After that, the Hat Man started appearing more frequently, not just in lucid dreams, but in regular ones too. Sometimes he'd be distant, watching from the edge of whatever scenario my mind had created. Other times he'd be right there, standing at the foot of my bed or in the corner of a room. I started researching online, trying to figure out what was happening to me. That's when I found the stories. So many stories from people around the world who had seen the same figure. They called him the Hat Man. The descriptions were always the same: tall, dark figure, wide-brimmed hat, sometimes a coat or suit, and always that sense of malevolence. Some people saw him while awake, sleep paralysis they called it. Others encountered him in dreams like I did. The consistency was terrifying. How could so many people from different cultures, different countries, describe the exact same entity? Things escalated over the next few months. I'd wake up with scratches sometimes, or find things moved in my room. I started sleeping with the lights on, then stopped sleeping altogether until I'd collapse from exhaustion. My parents took me to doctors, thinking I had insomnia or anxiety. The medication they prescribed just made it harder to wake myself up when he appeared. The worst part was when I started seeing glimpses of him while awake. Just for a split second, a dark shape at the edge of my vision, gone when I turned to look. A shadow moving by itself, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. I'm 18 now. It's been 5 years since that first encounter. He doesn't come as often anymore, but he still visits sometimes, always watching, always waiting. For what, I don't know. And that scares me more than anything. I still don't know what the Hat Man is, a demon, a shared hallucination, some kind of interdimensional being. All I know is that he's real, and once he notices you, he doesn't forget. Sometimes I wonder if sharing this will make things worse, if talking about him somehow gives him power or attention. But I needed to tell someone who might understand. If you've seen him too, you're not crazy, and you're not alone. But be careful in your dreams. Don't look for him, because trust me, you don't want him looking back. Story 5. I still have nightmares about that damn wardrobe. It's been 3 years since everything happened, but I can't shake the feeling that somehow, somewhere, it's not over. I'm writing this down partly as therapy, partly as a warning. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I inherited my grandfather's house in Blackthorn Grove last summer. For those who don't know, it's this tiny village about 4 hours from civilization. Population 90-something. The kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do. I hadn't been back since I was 12, and honestly, I never planned to return. Grandpa Malcolm's death changed that. As his only living grandchild, I got the house and everything in it. The lawyer mentioned something about taking care of family matters, with this weird look on his face. I didn't think much of it at the time. The drive to Blackthorn was like traveling back in time. Same cracked road, same dense forest, pressing in from both sides. When I finally pulled up to the house, Mrs. Winters from next door was already waiting on my grandfather's porch. That's small-town life for you. "Michael," she said, not smiling. "It's been a long time. Your grandfather left some things for you to know." She handed me a worn leather journal and a rusted key before I could even get my bags from the car. "He said you'd need to read this first, before you go into the attic." I thanked her, confused, and she just nodded solemnly before heading back to her place. The journal sat heavy in my hands. I had no idea my grandfather kept a journal. That first night in the house was unsettling. It smelled like old books and pipe tobacco, exactly how I remembered it. But something felt off, like the air was too thick. I kept hearing creaks from the attic, which I chalked up to an old house settling. I finally opened the journal around midnight. The first entry was dated 1967. "The wardrobe has killed again. Eleanor's boy found him this morning, face down in the creek. Third death since it came to the family. Martha insists it's coincidence, but I know better. That soldier wants his due." I almost laughed. My grandfather had always been superstitious, but this seemed extreme even for him. I flipped through more pages, finding detailed accounts of what he called the Harrington Curse, a wardrobe that supposedly housed the vengeful spirit of a World War I soldier. According to the journal, the soldier had hidden diamonds worth a fortune inside the wardrobe before being murdered for them. His spirit remained bound to the furniture, appearing to family members in his military uniform, demanding a sacrifice in exchange for revealing the location of the treasure. I closed the journal, deciding my grandfather had probably been drinking when he wrote this stuff. I went to bed thinking it was just the ramblings of an old man. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to footsteps overhead. Heavy, deliberate steps like someone wearing boots was pacing directly above my bed. The attic. I told myself it was raccoons or maybe branches scraping the roof, but those footsteps sounded too human. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I called my mom. She sounded tense when I mentioned the house. "Mom, did Grandpa ever tell you stories about a haunted wardrobe?" The silence lasted so long, I thought we'd been disconnected. "Mom, where did you hear about that?" Her voice had changed, become small and tight. "Grandpa left a journal. It's full of stories about some cursed wardrobe and a dead soldier." "Michael, listen to me." I'd never heard my mother sound so serious. That wardrobe was real. Your great-aunt Caroline had it when I was a child. We weren't allowed near it. But sometimes when we played in her backyard, I'd see someone watching from inside the house, standing near it. "Mom, come on." I never told anyone this, but once, when I was about 9, I snuck into the spare room where they kept it. I was curious. I opened the wardrobe door and found nothing but old coats, but when I went to close it, I saw a reflection in the mirror on the inside of the door. A man in an old uniform was standing behind me. When I turned around, no one was there. My skin crawled. My mother isn't the type to make up stories or believe in ghosts. "What happened to it?" I asked. "When Aunt Caroline moved to Australia, Grandpa Malcolm was supposed to take it. He hated that thing. The whole family did. On the way home, She paused. "He didn't secure it in his truck. It fell off somewhere on Route 16 and shattered. He never went back for it. We never spoke of it again." After that call, I couldn't stop thinking about the wardrobe. If Grandpa had destroyed it decades ago, why was he still writing about it in his journal until the day he died? And what was in the attic that he wanted me to see? I found myself standing at the bottom of the attic stairs that afternoon, key in hand, journal tucked under my arm. The footsteps I'd heard in the night had stopped, but now there was something else. A faint smell, like wet wool, and cigarettes drifting down from above. The key turned easily in the lock. The door swung open with a creak that made my teeth hurt. The attic was dim, with only one small window letting in grey light. Dust particles floated in the beam like tiny insects. And there, in the center of the room, stood a wardrobe. Not my grandfather's wardrobe that had been destroyed long ago, but a perfect replica, dark oak with intricate carvings of leaves and vines across the doors. Brass handles polished to a shine, despite the dust covering everything else in the attic. My heart hammered against my ribs. According to the final pages of the journal, Grandpa had built this replica himself, convinced that the soldier's spirit had somehow found its way back to the family after the original wardrobe was destroyed. "It calls to me," he'd written in shaky handwriting, "tells me to rebuild its home, says the diamonds are still waiting, says they belong to the family now, if only we'll pay the price." I approached the wardrobe slowly. This was insane. My grandfather had clearly lost his mind in his final years. There was no ghost, no diamonds, just an old man's delusion brought to life through carpentry. When I touched the wardrobe surface, the wood felt warm. Not room temperature warm, but body temperature warm. Like skin. I pulled my hand back quickly. Must be the sunlight from the window warming it, I reasoned. The brass handle was cold, though. Ice cold. I hesitated, then pulled. The door swung open smoothly, revealing an empty interior lined with faded red velvet. Nothing unusual, except for a small mirror attached to the inside of the door, and in that mirror I didn't see my reflection. I saw a room I didn't recognize, a bedroom with wallpaper from another era. A man in a military uniform stood with his back to me, looking out a window. I slammed the door shut, heart racing. Trick of the light. Had to be. I opened it again, slower this time. Now the mirror showed only my pale face staring back. I let out a shaky laugh. My imagination was getting the best of me. I began examining the wardrobe more carefully. If Grandpa had built this himself, he'd done an incredible job. The craftsmanship was flawless. I ran my fingers along the inside, feeling for any hidden compartments where diamonds might be concealed. That's when I noticed it, a small seam in the velvet lining at the back of the wardrobe. I pressed against it, and a panel popped open, revealing a narrow space behind. There was a small leather pouch inside. My hands trembled as I pulled it out and loosened the drawstring. Diamonds, at least a dozen of them, gleaming even in the dim attic light. "They've been waiting for you, Michael." The voice came from behind me. I spun around, nearly dropping the pouch. A man in a World War I uniform stood by the attic door. He wasn't transparent or ghostly. He looked solid, real, except his eyes. They were black voids, like holes punched in reality. "One life for another," he said, his voice raspy like sandpaper on wood. "Fair exchange." I backed up against the wardrobe. "You're not real," I whispered. He smiled, revealing teeth stained brown. "Tell that to your grandfather." I looked down at the diamonds in my hand. They were now slick with something dark and wet. Blood. He tried to destroy me. The soldier took a step forward. "But the wardrobe isn't the vessel I am. And now you've opened the door again." The temperature in the attic plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. "Your grandfather rebuilt my home thinking he could control me, contain me." Another step closer. But all he did was invite me back in. I tried to drop the pouch, but my fingers wouldn't release it. The blood, or whatever it was, had adhered to my skin like glue. "One life for another," the soldier repeated. "Your grandfather understood too late. Now it's your turn to choose." The attic door slammed shut. The soldier was inches from me now, the smell of wet wool and cigarettes overwhelming. "Choose," he whispered. I closed my eyes, certain I was about to die. When I opened them again, the soldier was gone, but the wardrobe door was open, and in the mirror I could see the bedroom again. This time I recognized it. It was my bedroom downstairs, and sitting on the edge of my bed was my mother, who I knew was hundreds of miles away. She looked up directly at me, or whatever was showing her this vision, and her face contorted in terror. I ran to the attic door, yanking frantically at the handle. It opened suddenly, and I tumbled down the stairs, still clutching the pouch of diamonds. I didn't stop running until I was in my car. Engine started, tires spinning on gravel as I fled my grandfather's house. I drove straight to my mother's house, breaking every speed limit. When I arrived 12 hours later, she was fine, confused by my panic but alive and well. I showed her the diamonds. She refused to touch them. 3 days later, Mrs. Winters from next door was found dead in her home. Heart attack, they said. Natural causes. The diamonds are locked in a safety deposit box now. I haven't gone back to Blackthorn Grove. I've tried to sell the house, but strangely, there are no takers. Sometimes I wake up at night and smell wet wool and cigarettes. Sometimes I see movement in mirrors from the corner of my eye. And sometimes I hear that raspy voice. One life for another. Fair exchange. I don't know what the soldier wants. I don't know if the curse is real, or if I'm losing my mind like my grandfather might have. But I know one thing for certain. I'll never go near that wardrobe again. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. It happened last spring when I was staying at my girlfriend Melissa's dad's vacation home in rural Florida. It's taken me this long to even type it out because, honestly, I still get chills thinking about it. I'm not normally the type to believe in supernatural stuff. I've always been pretty grounded, you know. But what happened that night, I can't explain it any other way. So Melissa and I had been dating for about 2 years. Her dad has this place out in the middle of nowhere. Florida. Like you have to drive 20 minutes just to find a gas station. It's an older house, probably built in the 70s, nothing fancy but spacious enough. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen that hadn't been updated since the 90s, and this living room with these old, worn-out love seats. The kind that sink in when you sit on them. We'd gone there for a week-long vacation, but things weren't great between us. We'd been fighting over stupid stuff, mostly about her ex, who's the father of her daughter. He kept calling her for non-emergency things about their kid, and I felt like he was just trying to keep her on a leash. Anyway, on the 3rd day, we had this massive blowout. She called him crying, and next thing I know, he's driving 3 hours to pick her up. She said she needed space and was going to stay at his place for a few days, since her daughter was there anyway. I was pissed, but I decided to stay at the vacation house, partly out of stubbornness, partly because I'd already taken the time off work and had nowhere else to go. In hindsight, that was a terrible decision. The first night alone was fine. I just drank a few beers, watched some TV, and passed out on one of the love seats in the living room. I didn't want to sleep in the bedroom. It felt weird without Melissa there. The second night is when it happened. I remember it was a Tuesday. I'd spent the day fishing at this little lake about a mile from the house, trying to clear my head. Came back, made some microwave dinner, and watched a baseball game. Nothing unusual. I dozed off on the same love seat sometime after midnight. I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you just snap awake for no reason? It was like that, except something felt wrong. The TV was still on, but the volume was muted. I don't remember muting it. The room was bathed in that bluish glow from the screen, but the corners were dark. My phone was on the coffee table, and I could see it was somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning. I tried to reach for it to check the exact time, but that's when I realized I couldn't move at all. It wasn't like I was tied down. There was nothing physically restraining me. It was more like this crushing weight pressing down on my entire body, like someone had laid a concrete slab on top of me. My first thought was sleep paralysis. I'd had it once before in college after pulling an all-nighter. But this felt different. The pressure wasn't just on my chest. It was everywhere, even my fingertips. And there was this presence in the room. I could feel it before I saw it. Across from where I was lying, there's this closet built into the wall. It doesn't have a door. It's just an alcove with some shelves. In the dim light from the TV, I could see something moving in there. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on me. But then it moved again, and I realized something was coming out of that closet. What I saw still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was, God, it's hard to even describe. It had the upper body of an elderly woman, thin, wrinkled arms, stringy grey hair hanging down, and this face that looked ancient. But below the waist, it had the proportionately sized body of an infant. Tiny legs, almost curled up like a baby's. But they moved. They fucking moved. It didn't come straight at me. Instead, it crept along the edge of the room, using this bizarre combination of movements. The top half shuffled like an old woman would, shoulders hunched, head bobbing slightly. But the bottom half, those infant legs, did this crawling motion that was just wrong, all wrong, like watching 2 completely different creatures trying to move as one. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even blink. All I could do was watch as this thing made its way around the perimeter of the room, getting closer and closer to where I was lying. When it reached the foot of the love seat, it stopped. Then it studied me. That's the only way I can describe it. Its head tilted to one side, and it looked at me with these milky, clouded eyes. It seemed confused, like it was expecting to find someone else there for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. It just stared at me. Then it slowly backed away, retreating to the closet. As soon as it disappeared from view, the weight lifted from my body. I could move again. I gasped for air, my heart racing so fast I thought I might have a heart attack. I sat up, trying to convince myself it was just a nightmare. But then, seconds later, the weight slammed back down on me. I couldn't move again. And from the closet, I saw that face slowly emerging once more. Just the face this time. Those cloudy eyes fixed right on me. I don't know how, but somehow I managed to jolt myself fully awake. It was like my survival instinct kicked in and gave me this surge of adrenaline. I sat bolt upright, gasping and sweating. The room was exactly as it had been. TV on mute, shadows in the corners. But the thing was gone. I stumbled to the light switch and flooded the room with light. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. It was 2:47 in the morning. I searched the entire house, turning on every light, opening every door. I even looked in that closet, moving aside the board games and old photo albums stored there. Nothing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, just sat there with all the lights on, a kitchen knife beside me, until the sun came up. When morning finally arrived, I convinced myself it had been some kind of waking nightmare. The stress of fighting with Melissa, being in an unfamiliar house alone, my mind had just played a cruel trick on me. Around noon, I was outside trying to calm my nerves with a cigarette when the neighbor, an older woman named Linda, who lived about 100 yards down the dirt road, came by to borrow some sugar. She must have noticed how terrible I looked because she asked if I was okay. I hesitated, but then found myself telling her what happened. I expected her to think I was crazy or drunk. Instead, her face went pale. She sat down on the porch step next to me and said, "You saw her too." Not a question, a statement. Linda told me she'd lived next door for over 15 years, said she'd seen the same thing multiple times, always between 2 and 4 in the morning, always emerging from that same closet. Other people who'd stayed in the house had reported similar experiences. Some described it exactly as I had. The elderly woman's upper body with an infant's lower half. Others had only seen parts of it, just the face or just the crawling motion along the floor. I asked her if she knew who or what it was. She didn't, not exactly. The house had changed hands several times over the years. Before Melissa's dad bought it, it had belonged to a retired couple from Ohio, who only came down in the winters. Before them, she wasn't sure. I called Melissa that afternoon. I didn't tell her what happened, just said I was feeling sick and was going to head home early. She seemed annoyed, but didn't argue. Before I left, I ran into her dad, who'd driven down to check on the place after hearing I was leaving. Something about the way he looked at me made my skin crawl. There was this, I don't know, smugness, like he knew something I didn't. He made some small talk, asking if I'd slept well in the house. The way he asked it felt loaded, like he was fishing for something. I lied and said I'd slept fine. Then he mentioned how he'd bought the place for a steal because the previous owners were in a rush to sell. Said something about how he liked the energy of the house, especially the living room. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. As I was loading my car, he made a comment about how his granddaughter loved staying there and how he was looking forward to having her visit more often now that she was getting older. Something in his tone made me freeze. I looked at him, and he was smiling in this way that made my stomach turn. I got in my car and left without even saying goodbye. The whole drive home, my mind was racing. I kept thinking about what I'd seen, that horrible fusion of elderly and infant features. And then it clicked. What if that thing wasn't just some random ghost? What if it represented something specific to that house? The violation of innocence, the perversion of the natural order, age preying on youth. I never told Melissa the real reason I left. We broke up a few weeks later for unrelated reasons, or at least reasons I told myself were unrelated. I couldn't look at her the same way, knowing her daughter sometimes stayed at that house with her grandfather. I did some digging online about the property's history, but found nothing concrete. No reported crimes, no missing children. But that thing I saw wasn't born from nothing. That kind of horror doesn't manifest without cause. It's been 6 months now, and I still wake up sometimes feeling that weight on my chest. I see those milky eyes studying me in the dark. I hear the unnatural shuffle crawl moving across the floor. Some nights I wonder if it followed me home. I don't know what happened in that house. I don't know what crimes might have been committed there or what that thing was trying to communicate to me. All I know is what I saw, and that I'll never set foot in that place again. And sometimes, when I see news stories about child predators being caught, I find myself searching the faces, wondering if I'll recognize Melissa's dad among them. Story 7. I've never really believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. I mean, I enjoy a good horror movie as much as the next person, but I always thought when you're dead, you're dead. Period. That was until my grandmother died in my bedroom. It's been about 1.5 years since it happened, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My grandma had been fighting cancer for almost 3 years. By December of 2019, the doctors told us there wasn't anything more they could do. She was given weeks, maybe a month. My mum and I talked about it, and we both agreed that Grandma shouldn't spend her final days in some sterile hospital room or nursing home. She deserved to be surrounded by family, by people who loved her. So I gave up my bedroom. It wasn't even a question. Of course I would. We moved my stuff into the spare room, which was basically a glorified storage closet, and set up a hospital bed for Grandma in my room. We tried to make it comfortable, putting up some of her favorite photos, bringing her favorite blanket from her house. The hospice nurses came by regularly to check on her and adjust her medication. Those final weeks were hard, really hard, watching someone you love just waste away, seeing them in pain despite the morphine. It changes you. Grandma had always been this vibrant, bossy woman who made the best apple pie and never let anyone get away with anything. Seeing her so frail, so unlike herself, I still have nightmares about it sometimes. She died 3 days before Christmas. I was sitting with her holding her hand, when she just stopped breathing. It was so quiet. Nothing like in the movies, where there's some dramatic final words or gasping. She was there, and then she wasn't. We had the funeral the day after Christmas. It felt wrong somehow, celebrating Christmas when Grandma had just died, but my mom said that's what Grandma would have wanted. So we went through the motions, opened presents, ate dinner, all while this massive hole just sat in the middle of our lives. After the funeral, we kept my old bedroom door closed. There was this smell, I don't know how to describe it except to call it the smell of death. It wasn't just the normal hospital smell of antiseptics and medications. It was something else, something that seeped into the walls and the carpet. My mum said we'd clean it thoroughly once we felt up to it, but neither of us was ready to face that room just yet. About a week after Grandma died, I was in the shower. It was evening, around 8 or so, and my mom was still at work. She'd gone back after the funeral, said she needed the distraction. I was home alone, except for our dog, Max, a German Shepherd mix who's usually the calmest dog you'll ever meet. I was rinsing shampoo out of my hair when Max started barking. Not his normal, someone's at the door bark, but this frantic, almost panicked sound. I'd never heard from him before. I called out to him, thinking maybe the mailman had come late or something, but he just kept barking. I rushed through the rest of my shower, wrapped a towel around myself, and stepped out into the hallway, my hair still dripping wet. Max was standing at the end of the hall, facing my old bedroom, hackles raised, still barking his head off. And the door to my old bedroom was wide open. I froze, water pooling around my feet on the hardwood floor. That door had been closed. I know it had been closed. My mom and I had been keeping it shut specifically because of the smell. There was no way it could have just swung open on its own. It was a heavy wooden door that actually stuck a little in the frame. "Hello?" I called out, feeling immediately stupid. Of course, no one answered. I was alone in the house. Or at least, I was supposed to be. Max wouldn't go near the room. He just kept barking from a distance, backing up whenever I tried to urge him forward. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and called my mom. "The bedroom door is open," I blurted out when she answered. "What? Which door?" My bedroom door. Grandma's room. It's open and I didn't open it and Max is freaking out. There was a pause on the other end. I'm leaving work now, my mom said. Just close the door and wait for me. Easier said than done. I crept down the hall, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Max followed reluctantly, still whining. The smell hit me before I even reached the doorway. That sickly, sweet, slightly chemical smell that had permeated the room during Grandma's final days. I grabbed the doorknob and pulled it shut as quickly as I could, not even allowing myself to look inside. When my mom got home about 20 minutes later, the first thing she said when she walked in the door was, "I can smell it from the driveway." And she was right. Even with the door closed again, that smell had somehow spread through the entire house. We opened windows despite the December cold, lit candles, sprayed air freshener. Nothing helped. "Maybe it's time we clean out the room," my mom suggested that night as we huddled on the couch, both of us pretending to watch TV while really just keeping an ear out for I don't know what. I nodded, but the truth was, I was terrified of going back into that room. Not because of the smell, though that was bad enough. It was something else, something I couldn't put into words. A feeling that something wasn't right. The second incident happened about 2 weeks later. We still hadn't cleaned out the room. Both of us kept making excuses, finding other things that needed to be done first. I was sitting on the couch with my mom, both of us scrolling through our phones, when we heard it. "Chelsea, come here!" My head snapped up automatically. It was Grandma's voice, exactly as it had sounded when she was alive, with that slight impatience she always had when she wanted to show me something. It was a voice I'd heard 1,000 times before. She was always calling me to come see something on TV, or to bring her a piece of chocolate, or just because she was bored and wanted company. "What?" I said reflexively, half rising from the couch before freezing in place as reality crashed down on me. Grandma was dead. She had been dead for nearly 3 weeks. I looked at my mom, whose face had gone completely white. "Did you—" I started. "I heard it," she whispered. "I heard her call your name." We both sat there, barely breathing, waiting to see if it would happen again. It didn't, but that night neither of us slept. I dragged my blankets into my mum's room and slept on her floor, something I hadn't done since I was a little kid afraid of thunderstorms. The next day, we finally tackled the bedroom. We threw open the windows despite the January cold, stripped the bed, scrubbed the walls and floors. We rented a steam cleaner for the carpet. We washed every surface with bleach and then with scented cleaners. We took down the curtains and washed them twice. We even had the air ducts professionally cleaned. It took almost a week, but finally the smell was gone. The room just smelled like cleaning products and the lavender air freshener my mom had plugged in. We bought me a new mattress and bedding. There was no way I was sleeping on the same bed where Grandma had died, even with new sheets. By the time March rolled around and quarantine started, I had moved back into my old room. It felt normal again, or as normal as it could. I put up my posters, arranged my books and knickknacks just how I liked them. During the day, it was fine, but at night, the first few nights were okay. I was so exhausted from everything. The grief, the cleaning, the stress of the world suddenly shutting down, that I fell asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow. But as the days passed and we all settled into this new, strange normal of staying home all the time, the nights got harder. I would lie in bed, not even thinking about Grandma or the fact that she had died in this very spot, when suddenly I'd feel it, eyes on me, burning into me. I'd break out in a cold sweat while simultaneously feeling too hot. My heart would race for no reason. I'd pull the covers up over my head like a little kid, knowing it was ridiculous but unable to stop myself. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night, the room pitch black except for the glow of my digital alarm clock, and I'd know someone was there, standing beside my bed, watching me. I couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything, but the feeling was so strong it made me nauseous. Other times, I'd be drifting off to sleep when I'd hear what sounded like labored breathing, just like how Grandma sounded in her final days. When each breath was a struggle, I'd turn on my light, heart pounding, but of course, there was never anyone there. One night, about a month into quarantine, I woke up because I felt something touch my face. It wasn't a violent touch. It was gentle, like someone brushing hair away from my forehead, exactly like Grandma used to do when I was little and not feeling well. I lay there, frozen, as I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. "Grandma!" I whispered into the darkness. The weight on the bed shifted, and then it was gone. But the feeling of being watched remained. I started sleeping with the lights on after that. My mum noticed the circles under my eyes, asked if I was having trouble sleeping. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what was happening. It sounded crazy, even to me. And what if it wasn't happening to her too? What if it was just me losing my mind? But then one morning, I came into the kitchen to find my mom staring into her coffee cup, looking like she hadn't slept at all. "I heard her last night," she said without looking up. "I heard Mom calling my name." We started talking then, comparing experiences, the feeling of being watched, the strange touches, the sounds of breathing or shuffling footsteps when no one was there, the way the dog still wouldn't go into my room, how he would stand at the doorway and whine. We tried sage, we tried prayer. We even had a priest come to bless the house. This was a few months in, when people were starting to venture out a bit more. Nothing changed. I'm still sleeping in that room, still feeling her presence, still waking up in the middle of the night, certain that if I open my eyes, I'll see Grandma standing there in her flowered nightgown, looking down at me. Sometimes I think I catch a whiff of her perfume. Not the smell of sickness and death, but the white diamonds perfume she always wore when she was healthy. I don't know if she's still here, because she's confused, or because she's watching over us, or because something about the way she died left her tethered to this place. All I know is that my grandmother died in my bedroom, and now, over a year later, she's still here, and I don't know how to help her move on. Story 8. I still get chills thinking about what happened at my grandmother's house when I was 10. I've tried to rationalize it, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but I know what I saw. And Emma saw it too. This was back in 2008, during summer break. My parents were going through a rough patch, so I was staying at my grandmother's house for a few weeks. It was this old two-story place with creaky floors and too many family photos on the walls. The kind of house that feels cozy during the day, but takes on a different character at night. My mum would drop by almost every day to check on me. She had these terrible insomnia issues back then. Sometimes wouldn't sleep for days. Her eyes would get all puffy and red, and she'd be irritable from exhaustion. My dad said that's partly why they needed space, because she'd get so moody from not sleeping. Anyway, I invited Emma over that day. She lived just down the street, and we'd been best friends since kindergarten. We were inseparable that summer. Emma's parents were fine with her staying late, since it wasn't a school night, so we planned to play computer games until my mum came to hang out with us before bedtime. My grandmother had this old desktop computer in the spare room. The monitor was huge and boxy, and it made this humming noise that got louder the longer it was on. We were playing this dress-up game where you could create characters and give them different outfits and hairstyles. Super basic by today's standards, but we were obsessed with it back then. The spare room was at the end of a hallway. From where we sat, we could see straight down the hall into the living room, where my grandmother was watching her evening shows. The hallway had my grandfather's bedroom on the left. He had passed away 3 years earlier, but Grandma still called it his room. And across from it was the guest room where my mum slept when she stayed over. It was around 8:30 in the evening. I remember because my favorite show came on at 9, and I was keeping an eye on the time. Emma and I were taking turns with the mouse, arguing over which hairstyle looked better on our character, when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you just know someone's watching you, like a pressure on the back of your neck? I glanced up and that's when I saw her. My mom, standing at the end of the hallway, but something was wrong. Really wrong. The light from the living room should have been illuminating her from behind, but it wasn't. She looked completely black and white, like someone had drained all the color out of her. Not like a black and white photo where there are still shades of grey. More like someone had traced her outline with a pencil and filled her in with charcoal. Her hair, her skin, her clothes, all colorless, and her face. God, her face. My mum always looked at me with so much love, even when she was exhausted from her insomnia. But this thing was staring at us with such hatred. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, and her mouth was set in this awful grimace. She wasn't moving, just standing there, glaring at us with an expression I'd never seen on my mother's face before. I froze. I couldn't even call out to her. Next to me, Emma had gone completely still too. "Do you see that?" I whispered, not taking my eyes off the figure. "Your mum looks weird," Emma whispered back. "Why is she looking at us like that?" Just as Emma finished speaking, the figure turned away. Not like a normal person turns, but with a stiff, unnatural movement, and walked into my grandfather's bedroom. We sat there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. The computer game music kept playing in the background, this cheerful tune that now felt completely out of place. "That was your mom, right?" Emma asked, her voice shaky. I nodded, though I wasn't sure anymore. It looked like my mom, but also not like her at all. "Should we go see what she's doing in your grandpa's old room?" Emma asked. I didn't want to. Every instinct was telling me to stay put, to call for my grandmother, but I was 10, and I didn't want Emma to think I was scared. Plus, it was my mom, right? Even if she looked strange, she wouldn't hurt us. So we got up and slowly walked down the hallway. The floorboards creaked under our feet. My grandmother was still in the living room, the blue light from the TV flickering across her face as she dozed in her armchair. When we reached my grandfather's room, I hesitated before pushing the door open. The room was exactly as it always was. The neatly made bed with the navy blue comforter, the reading lamp on the bedside table, the dresser with all his old things that my grandmother couldn't bear to get rid of. But no Mom. "She's not here," Emma said, stating the obvious. "Maybe she went to her room," I suggested, though I knew there was no way she could have. To get from Grandpa's room to the guest room, she would have had to come back into the hallway where we would have seen her. We checked the guest room anyway. The door was partially open, and when I pushed it wider, I saw my mum lying on the bed fast asleep. She was wearing the same clothes as the figure we'd seen, jeans and her favorite green sweater, but her face was relaxed, peaceful, and she was in full color, not the stark black and white of the figure in the hallway. I stood there, confused and frightened. My mum had severe insomnia. On a good night, it took her hours to fall asleep. There was no way she could have gone from standing in the hallway to being deeply asleep in the span of maybe 30 seconds, and there was absolutely no way she could have moved from one room to another without us seeing her. "Was she already sleeping?" Emma whispered, looking as confused as I felt. I shook my head. "My mum can't fall asleep that fast. She has insomnia." "Then how?" We both jumped as my grandmother called from the living room, asking if everything was okay. We quickly backed out of the room and shut the door. "Everything's fine, Grandma," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're just getting a snack." Emma and I went to the kitchen, both of us silent, trying to process what we'd seen. I opened the fridge and stared at the contents without really seeing them. "Maybe we both imagined it," Emma suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. "Both of us? The same thing?" I replied. "Maybe it was a reflection or something from the computer screen?" But we both knew that wasn't possible. We'd seen her, It, clear as day, standing in the hallway, looking at us with that hateful expression before walking into my grandfather's room. We eventually went back to the computer, but neither of us was interested in the game anymore. We sat there pretending to play until Emma's mom came to pick her up at 10. Before she left, Emma squeezed my hand and whispered, "Don't think about it too much, okay? It was probably nothing." But it wasn't nothing. I know what I saw. After Emma left, I couldn't bring myself to go to the bathroom alone or walk down that hallway by myself. I waited until my grandmother went to bed, then I curled up on the couch in the living room with all the lights on until my mom woke up around midnight. She never slept more than a few hours at a time because of her insomnia. She found me there, asked me what was wrong. I couldn't tell her. How do you tell your mom that you saw another version of her, a colorless, hateful version that disappeared into thin air? I made up some excuse about having a nightmare, and she sat with me, stroking my hair until I eventually fell asleep. The whole time, I kept glancing at her face, searching for any trace of that terrible expression I'd seen earlier. But there was nothing. Just my mom, tired and concerned, her eyes full of love. The next day, I asked my grandmother if anyone else had ever lived in the house besides her and Grandpa. She mentioned that the previous owners had been an elderly couple who'd moved to Florida, and before them, a family with teenage children. Nothing unusual, nothing that would explain what Emma and I had seen. I ended up staying at my grandmother's for another 2 weeks, but I never saw the colorless version of my mom again. I made sure Emma was with me as much as possible, and we avoided talking about what happened. But sometimes I'd catch her glancing nervously down the hallway, and I knew she was thinking about it too. Years passed. I grew up. My parents worked through their issues. My mom finally got treatment for her insomnia. We moved to a different town when I was 15. Life went on, but I never forgot what I saw that night. It stayed with me, this unexplainable moment that didn't fit into the rational world I was taught to believe in. When I was 19, I met up with Emma during college break. We hadn't seen each other in a few years, but we picked up right where we left off. After a few hours of catching up, I finally worked up the courage to ask her, "Do you remember that night at my grandmother's house, when we were playing on the computer and saw something?" The look on her face told me everything. She remembered. "Your mom, but not your mom," she said quietly. All black and white, looking at us like she hated us. A wave of relief washed over me. She had seen exactly what I had seen. I wasn't crazy. It had really happened. "I've tried to explain it," I told her. "Maybe it was a shadow or a trick of the light. Maybe we were both tired and imagined it." Emma shook her head. "We both saw the same thing, Lily. And then she wasn't in your grandpa's room, but somehow was asleep in the other room. That's not imagination." We spent hours theorizing. Was it a ghost, a doppelganger, some kind of glitch in reality? Emma had gotten into paranormal stuff in high school and suggested it might have been a mimic, an entity that takes on the appearance of someone familiar to gain trust. "But why would it look so wrong?" I asked. "If it was trying to trick us, why appear in black and white with that horrible expression?" Emma didn't have an answer for that. My grandmother passed away 5 years ago, and the house was sold. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners have seen anything strange, a colorless figure standing in the hallway, staring with hatred before disappearing into a room. I'm 25 now, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened that day. I've researched similar experiences, read countless accounts of paranormal encounters, but nothing quite matches what Emma and I saw. What disturbs me most is the hatred in that thing's expression. My mum has never looked at me that way, not even close. Whatever it wasn't just mimicking my mother's appearance. It was twisting it, perverting the love that should have been there into something dark and malevolent. I've never told my mum about it. How could I? "Hey, Mum, remember when I was staying at Grandma's and Emma and I saw a colorless, hateful version of you that disappeared into thin air?" She'd think I was losing my mind. So I keep it to myself, this inexplicable moment when something from beyond seemed to pierce the veil of reality in my grandmother's house. But I know what I saw, and Emma saw it too. The colorless mother, standing at the end of the hallway, staring at us with hatred before vanishing into a room where she couldn't possibly have gone. Some nights, I still wake up thinking about it, wondering what it was and why it appeared to us. And I can't help but glance at my bedroom door, half expecting to see a colorless figure standing there, watching me with those hateful eyes. Story 9. I never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural until we moved to Fox Hollow Farms. It's been 16 years since that day in 2006, but I still can't shake what happened there. Not a day goes by that I don't think about it. I'm writing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. My name's Vicky. My husband Rob and I were looking for a change of pace from city life, somewhere our two teenagers could have more space and freedom. When our realtor showed us this beautiful property in suburban Indiana with 11 acres of land, a swimming pool, and a spacious house at a price that seemed too good to be true, we thought we'd hit the jackpot. The realtor was hesitant when we asked why it was priced so low. She fidgeted with her clipboard before finally explaining that the property had a troubled history. Turned out it had belonged to a man named Herb Baumeister who'd killed himself back in '96. She was vague about the details, so Rob and I did some digging on our own. What we found made my stomach turn. Herb Baumeister wasn't just some guy who'd committed suicide. He was a serial killer who'd murdered at least 11 men, possibly as many as 20, and buried their remains on the property. Most of them were gay men he'd picked up at bars in Indianapolis. When police finally caught on to him, he fled to Ontario and shot himself. Rob and I had a serious talk about whether we should still buy the place. I was hesitant, but Rob is always the practical one. "The guy's dead," he said. "And it was 10 years ago. The house is beautiful and we're getting it for a steal." The kids were excited about the pool and all the space, so we decided to go ahead with the purchase. The first few weeks were normal. Just the usual chaos of moving in, unpacking, and getting settled. Then things started happening that I couldn't explain away. I was vacuuming around the indoor pool area one afternoon when the vacuum suddenly cut out. I checked the plug. It had come out of the socket. Weird, but not impossible. I plugged it back in and continued cleaning. A few minutes later, same thing. This time I made sure to push the plug in firmly. Not even 5 minutes later, it happened again. I was getting annoyed, thinking maybe the socket was faulty or the cord was too short. But when I went to plug it in a fourth time, I swear on everything I hold dear, I watched as the cord was yanked, physically pulled, from the socket right in front of my eyes, like someone had grabbed it and tugged it out. There was no one else in the room, no draft, nothing that could explain it. I stood there for a good minute, goosebumps running up my arms, despite the humid air around the pool. I decided I'd finish vacuuming another day and practically ran back to the main part of the house. I didn't tell Rob right away. It sounded crazy, and I thought maybe I was just tired or imagining things. But then, about a week later, I was in the kitchen making dinner when I glanced out the window toward the woods that bordered our property. That's when I saw him. A man in a bright red t-shirt just standing at the edge of the trees, staring at our house. He wasn't doing anything threatening, just watching. Something about his stillness made my skin crawl. I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. I ran outside thinking maybe it was a trespasser, but there was no sign of anyone. That night, I finally told Rob about both incidents. He listened, but didn't seem too concerned. "Probably just someone hiking through the woods," he said about the man. "As for the vacuum cord, old houses have weird electrical issues." Around that time, one of Rob's employees, Joe, was going through a rough patch. He'd broken up with his girlfriend and needed a place to stay. We had this small apartment attached to the main house, kind of like an in-law suite. So we offered to let him stay there for a few months. Joe moved in, and at first, everything was fine. He worked with Rob during the day and kept to himself in the evenings, but about 3 weeks after he moved in, he came to breakfast looking like he hadn't slept a wink. "Did either of you knock on my door last night?" he asked. We both shook our heads. The kids had been at sleepovers, so it was just the three of us in the house. Joe rubbed his face. "Someone was pounding on my door around 2 in the morning, like really aggressive knocking. I got up to answer it, but there was nobody there. I felt that same chill I'd experienced by the pool." "Maybe you were dreaming," I suggested, not really believing it myself. "I wish," Joe said. "I was wide awake watching TV when it started." That was just the beginning for Joe. The next night, he came rushing into the main house around midnight, his dog trembling in his arms. He was pale and sweating. "There's someone in my apartment," he said. "I saw someone sitting on my bed when I came out of the bathroom." Rob grabbed a baseball bat, and they went to check it out. Of course, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no one hiding anywhere. But Joe was adamant about what he'd seen. A figure sitting perfectly still on the edge of his bed that vanished when he stepped into the room. And his dog, normally the most laid-back retriever you'd ever meet, had been barking frantically at empty corners of the room. Joe slept on our couch that night. The next morning, he told us something that made my blood run cold. He'd seen a man in a red t-shirt at the edge of the woods, watching the house, the exact same man I'd seen. That's when we started to seriously consider that something was wrong with Fox Hollow Farms. Not faulty wiring or trespassers or overactive imaginations, something that couldn't be explained in normal terms. We'd been in the house about 2 months at this point. The kids had mentioned hearing footsteps when no one was there and doors closing on their own, but we'd brushed it off as normal house noises. Now, comparing notes with Joe, we couldn't ignore it anymore. Joe decided to document what was happening. He set up a small recorder in his apartment that night, determined to catch whatever or whoever was messing with him. What happened next still gives me nightmares. Around 11 that night, Joe was in his kitchenette making a sandwich when the knocking started again. 3 loud, deliberate knocks that shook the door in its frame. He grabbed his phone to record as he approached the door. The knocking came again, even louder. Joe yanked open the door to find nothing, empty hallway. But as he stood there, the doorknob to the bathroom started to turn, slowly, right in front of him. Then the bathroom door burst open, slamming against the wall with a crash that nearly gave him a heart attack. He backed away, still recording, when someone ran past him. He described it as a man, soaking wet, who sprinted from the bathroom through the living area and disappeared. His dog went absolutely berserk, barking and chasing after whatever Joe had seen. Joe ran straight to our house, pounding on our door at nearly midnight. When we let him in, he was hyperventilating, barely able to speak. He showed us the video on his phone, and while we couldn't see what he had seen, we could hear the knocking, the door slamming open, and Joe's terrified reaction. We were all sitting in our living room trying to make sense of what was happening when Joe remembered the audio recorder he'd left running in his apartment. He didn't want to go back there alone, so Rob went with him. They returned with the recorder, and we all gathered around to listen. Most of it was just ambient noise. The hum of the refrigerator, occasional creaks of the house settling, then, clear as day, a voice that made my entire body go cold. "I'm still here. I'm the married one." We all looked at each other in horror. The married one. Herb Baumeister had been married, with children. The serial killer who'd owned our house, who'd murdered people and buried them on our property, was telling us he was still here. That was the night we realized we weren't dealing with the restless spirits of Baumeister's victims. We were dealing with Baumeister himself. The next morning, Joe moved out. Can't say I blamed him. We seriously considered leaving too, but we'd sunk everything we had into this place. We couldn't just walk away. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank. We even had the police come out, but they found no evidence of intruders. We installed security cameras, changed the locks, had the house blessed by a priest. Nothing helped. The activity continued and even escalated. Objects would move on their own. Lights would turn on and off. The kids would wake up screaming about a man standing over their beds. And always, that man in the red shirt watching from the woods. One night, about a week after Joe left, I woke up around 3 in the morning with the overwhelming sensation that someone was in our bedroom. I nudged Rob awake, and we both lay there, hardly breathing, listening to the sound of footsteps circling our bed. Heavy, deliberate steps on the hardwood floor. I reached over to turn on the lamp, and in that brief moment between darkness and light, I felt someone lean down close to my face, so close I could feel cold breath on my cheek, a whisper right in my ear. "This is still my house." The lamp clicked on, and there was no one there. But on the mirror of my vanity, written in what looked like condensation, were the words, "Never leaving." That was the final straw. We packed essentials that night and went to a hotel. We put the house on the market the next day, disclosing everything that had happened. It took nearly a year to sell, and we took a massive financial hit, but we got out. We later found out more about Baumeister's victims. Most were young men in their 20s and 30s. One of them had been wearing a red t-shirt when he disappeared. Sometimes I wonder if what we experienced was Baumeister, or if it was his victims trying to warn us about him still being there. I don't know. All I know is that evil leaves a mark on a place. It seeps into the walls, the ground, the very air you breathe. We live in a small apartment now. The kids are grown and gone. Rob and I never talk about Fox Hollow Farms, but sometimes I catch him staring out windows, checking the tree line. Some nights he still wakes up suddenly, looking around the room like he's expecting to see someone standing there. As for me, I never vacuum with the bathroom door closed anymore. I can't stand the thought of being alone in a room with a closed door, and I got rid of all my red clothes. Evil never truly dies. It just waits for the next family to move in. Story 10. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've been trying to make sense of what's happening in our house for weeks now, and I'm at my wit's end. My boyfriend Jake and I were so excited when we found this place. A beautiful old Victorian built in the early 1800s with these amazing original hardwood floors and crown molding that you just can't find anymore. The realtor mentioned it had character, which I thought meant charming quirks like creaky stairs or drafty windows, not whatever this is. It started about 3 weeks after we moved in, just small things at first that were easy to dismiss. I'd be alone in the house, working from my home office upstairs, when I'd hear a phone ringing. Not my ringtone, but one of those old-school telephone rings, like from the 90s. I'd check my phone, nothing. I'd call out to Jake before remembering he wasn't home. The ringing would stop after a few seconds, and I'd convince myself it was coming from outside, or maybe the neighbors. But then it happened when Jake was home too. We were making dinner in the kitchen when we both froze, looking at each other. "Do you hear that?" I asked. Jake nodded, his eyes scanning the room. "It sounds like a phone, but not either of ours." We both checked our phones. Nothing. We even checked our laptops, tablets, everything electronic in the house. By the time we finished searching, the ringing had stopped. Jake shrugged it off, saying it was probably someone walking by outside with an old ringtone, but I wasn't so sure. The sound felt like it was coming from inside the walls. Then came the phantom vibrations. I'd be in bed, drifting off to sleep, when I'd hear the distinct buzz of a phone vibrating against a hard surface. I'd check my phone, no notifications. Jake would be fast asleep next to me, his phone plugged in across the room. I started keeping my phone in the bathroom at night, but I'd still hear it, that unmistakable bzzzt, bzzzt, always around 3 in the morning, always just a couple of vibrations before stopping. About a week after the phone stuff started, we began hearing something new, the sound of glass bottles clinking together. It wasn't loud or aggressive, just a gentle tap-tap, like someone lightly touching two wine bottles together. The first time it happened, Jake and I were watching TV in the living room. I immediately paused the show. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "The bottles?" "Yeah, that was weird. Is there something in the kitchen?" We checked the recycling bin, the cabinets. Everywhere a bottle could possibly be. Nothing was disturbed. We convinced ourselves it must have been something settling in the house. Old houses make noises, right? But the clinking continued, almost daily. Sometimes in the kitchen, sometimes upstairs, sometimes in the basement. Never when we were looking directly at the spot it seemed to come from. Always just out of sight. The worst thing, though, the thing that really started to freak me out, was when I heard Jake call my name. I was upstairs in our bedroom, folding laundry one Saturday afternoon. Jake had fallen asleep on the couch downstairs after lunch. Clear as day, I heard him call Sarah, from what sounded like the bottom of the stairs. "Yeah," I called back, expecting him to ask me something. No response. "Jake, what's up?" I tried again. Still nothing. Irritated, I went to the top of the stairs. "Jake, did you need something?" From my vantage point, I could see directly into the living room where Jake was still fast asleep on the couch, exactly where I'd left him. He hadn't moved an inch. My blood ran cold. I knew what I heard, my name in his voice from the bottom of the stairs, but it couldn't have been him. I woke him up immediately, my hands shaking. "Did you just call me?" He looked at me groggily, confused. "What? No, I've been asleep." "You didn't get up? You didn't call my name from the stairs just now?" The look on his face told me everything I needed to know. He hadn't moved. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was hearing things. Maybe I was stressed from the move and the new job. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard. The breaking point came last Tuesday. Jake and I both had to leave early for work. I had a 7:30 meeting, and he had to be on site for a construction project by 7. We rushed out together, grabbing coffee to go and barely having time to kiss goodbye in the driveway. When I got home around 5 that evening, I immediately knew something was wrong. The front door was locked, just as we'd left it, but as soon as I stepped inside, I felt a chill. The house felt open somehow. I can't explain it better than that. I walked into the kitchen and froze. Every single cabinet door was wide open. Every drawer was pulled out. The refrigerator door stood ajar, the light casting an eerie glow in the dimming afternoon light. The dishwasher was pulled down. Even the little decorative bread box we keep on the counter had its lid flipped up. My first thought was burglars, but nothing seemed to be missing. My laptop was still on the dining table. The TV was still mounted on the wall. I checked upstairs. Same thing, every dresser drawer pulled out, closet doors flung wide, even the medicine cabinet in the bathroom was open. I called Jake in a panic. "Every door and drawer in the house is open," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you come home for lunch or something?" "What? No, I've been at the site all day. Are you serious?" "Dead serious. Jake, I'm freaking out. Should I call the police?" He told me to check if anything was missing, which I already had. Nothing was gone. Nothing was even disturbed inside the drawers and cabinets. It was as if someone had methodically gone through the house, opening everything they could, without touching a single item. Jake came home immediately. We walked through the house together, closing everything, checking for signs of forced entry. Nothing. The windows were locked from the inside. The back door was still bolted. No broken glass, no jimmied locks. Nothing made sense. Could it have been the real estate agent? Jake suggested weakly. Maybe they needed to check something. I shook my head. They would have called us first, and why would they open every single drawer and cabinet? We were both rattled. That night, we didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, thinking I heard the phone ringing or bottles clinking. Jake tried to comfort me, saying it was probably just a weird fluke. Maybe the house settling had somehow caused the cabinets to pop open. We both knew how ridiculous that sounded. 2 days later, it happened again. We were both at work, and I got a text from Jake around lunchtime. "Did you go home this morning?" I hadn't. When we both got home that evening, the scene was identical to before. Every openable thing in the house was open. This time, the light in the spare bedroom was on too, even though we never used that room, and I distinctly remembered it being off when we left. That's when we started to get suspicious of each other. Not in a malicious way, but we were both so confused and scared that we wondered if one of us was sleepwalking or having some kind of episode. Jake asked to see my phone to check my location history. I showed him without hesitation. It confirmed I'd been at my office all day. I checked his too. Same thing, he'd been at his construction site. We decided to test something. The next day, instead of going to work separately, we drove together. We left the house at exactly the same time, locked up together, and then went to breakfast before heading to Jake's site, where I could work remotely from his office trailer. We were together the entire day. When we came home, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. Jake pushed the door open slowly, and we both just stood there staring. Every cabinet, every drawer, the refrigerator, the dishwasher, the washing machine, the dryer, the closets, the jewelry box on my dresser, even the tiny decorative boxes on the mantel, all open, and the light in the spare room was on again. I started crying right there in the doorway. This wasn't possible. We'd been together all day. No one else had a key except the real estate company, and we'd already called them after the first incident. They swore no one had been by the house. "We need to set up cameras," Jake said, his voice firm, but I could hear the fear underneath. "Tonight. I'll go buy some right now." While he went to the store, I sat in the car in our driveway. I couldn't bring myself to stay in the house alone. I kept thinking about that voice calling my name, Jake's voice, when he'd been asleep the whole time. As I sat there, I realized the bottle clinking sound had started the day after we brought home some old bottles we'd found in the basement. We'd cleaned them up and put them on the mantel as decoration. The phone ringing had started right after Jake had joked about how the previous owners probably had one of those old rotary phones. It was like the house was picking up on our conversations, our thoughts. Jake came back with the cameras, 5 of them, little wireless ones we could monitor from our phones. We set them up in the main areas of the house: living room, kitchen, upstairs hallway, spare bedroom, and one pointing at the front door. We made sure they had clear views of the cabinets and drawers. That night, we went to bed early, exhausted from the stress. I kept my phone next to me, the camera app open, checking it compulsively. Around 2 in the morning, I was still awake, staring at the ceiling when I heard it, the bottles clinking. I grabbed my phone and checked the cameras. Nothing unusual on any of them. Then my name. Sarah? It was Jake's voice, clear as day, coming from downstairs. I looked over at Jake, lying next to me, definitely asleep, definitely not calling my name. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I shook Jake awake. "I heard it again," I whispered. "My name, in your voice." He sat up, grabbing his phone to check the cameras. Nothing unusual. No movement. No open cabinets. Just our empty, quiet house. Then we heard the phone ringing. That old-school telephone ring. I watched the camera feeds. Nothing was moving, no one was there, but the ringing was unmistakable. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The ringing stopped, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then, slowly on the kitchen camera feed, we watched as one of the cabinet doors began to open. By itself. No one was there. Nothing was touching it. It just opened. Then another, and another. One by one, every cabinet in the kitchen opened itself. The drawers slid out next, smoothly, purposefully. The refrigerator door swung open, the dishwasher lowered. We watched in horror as the same thing happened on the other cameras. Closet doors opening, dresser drawers sliding out all by themselves. The light in the spare bedroom flicked on. Jake was already pulling on his shoes, and I was grabbing my purse. We didn't say a word to each other. We just ran. Out the door, into the car, and away from that house. We're staying at a hotel now. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. We have it all on camera. Doors and drawers opening by themselves. But no one to call my name. No one to ring that phantom phone. No one to clink those bottles together. The realtor called yesterday. Apparently the previous owners moved out after only 6 months. The owners before them stayed less than a year. No one seems to last long in that house. I keep watching the camera feeds on my phone. The cabinets are all still open. The lights in the spare room is still on. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can hear a phone ringing through the speaker of my phone, even though there's no phone in that house to ring. Story 11. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even typing this now, my hands are shaking. I guess I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I grew up in Pineville, a small town where everyone knows everyone. We lived in a 2-story house on Maple Street. Nothing special, just a regular family home built in the 80s. My parents bought it when Mum was pregnant with me in the mid-90s. I wish they hadn't. The earliest memory I have of something being wrong was when I was around 3 years old. I remember telling my mum about the little girl who would sit at the end of my bed. I wasn't scared of her at first. I thought she was just another kid who wanted to play. My mum would smile nervously and tell me it was just my imagination, but I could see the worry in her eyes. My sister was only 1 at the time, so she wasn't even talking yet. I remember one night clearly. I woke up and saw her sitting there just staring at me. She didn't speak, didn't move, just watched. When I tried to show my parents, she was gone. They checked under the bed, in the closet, everywhere, nothing. My dad looked genuinely freaked out, though he tried to hide it. Then the weird stuff with my toys started happening. I had this plush dog that lit up and played a lullaby when you squeezed its paw. My parents would put me to bed, and in the middle of the night, that damn thing would start playing music and lighting up on its own. No one was near it. The batteries weren't new. It happened so often that my dad eventually took the batteries out completely. That night, it still played. I remember my mum's face going white when I told her about it the next morning. When I turned 4, my parents moved me and my sister to a new bedroom across the hall. They never said why, but I overheard them talking about giving it some space, whatever it was. That's when the nightmares started. God, those nightmares. Even now, 20 years later, I can feel the terror like it was yesterday. The worst one, the one that kept coming back, always started the same way. I'd wake up in my bed, but I couldn't move, not even my fingers. It was like being trapped in my own body, aware but helpless. Then I'd notice my nightlight starting to flicker. It was a small dolphin-shaped light my grandma had given me. In the nightmare, the light would get brighter and brighter until suddenly it burst into flames. The flames never behaved like normal fire. They moved deliberately, almost intelligently. They would spread across my bed sheets in slow, deliberate patterns, creeping toward me while I lay there paralyzed. I could feel the heat getting closer and closer. The worst part was that I could see a shape in the flames, something watching me, enjoying my fear. Just before the fire reached my skin, I'd wake up screaming. My parents would rush in, hold me, tell me it was just a dream. But it felt so real. The heat, the smell of smoke, everything. And the nightmares came back, almost identical, 3 or 4 times a week for years. The day that changed everything happened when I was 5. It was a stormy afternoon in the summer, thunder cracking outside. My sister was at a play date, and Mum had put me down for a nap while she did laundry downstairs. I remember waking up suddenly, feeling that something was wrong. The room was colder than it should have been in July. When I opened my eyes, there was this figure leaning over my bed. It was massive. Had to hunch to fit under the ceiling. It wasn't exactly human-shaped, more like a tall white column with what might have been a head. No features I could make out. Just this presence, this weight in the air that made it hard to breathe. I couldn't even scream. I just pulled my blanket over my head and counted to 10 like my dad had taught me when I was scared. When I peeked out, it was gone, but the cold remained. I ran downstairs crying, babbling about the white thing in my room. My dad grabbed a baseball bat from the closet and searched the entire house. Every closet, under every bed, the attic, the basement. All the doors were locked from the inside. All the windows were shut because of the storm. Nothing had been disturbed. There was no way anyone could have gotten in or out. That night I slept in my parents' room. I refused to go back to mine for weeks. When I finally did, I insisted on keeping the lights on all night. The nightmares came back worse than ever. We lived in that house until 2006, when I was 10. Throughout those years, the strange things kept happening. Christmas bells would ring in the middle of summer. Objects would move when no one was looking. Not dramatically flying across the room or anything, but you'd put your cup down, turn away for a second, and find it on the other side of the table when you looked back. The weirdest part? The fire nightmare continued for 3 more years after we moved out. Same exact dream, same details, same helpless feeling. Then they suddenly stopped when I was 13. I thought I was finally free. Fast forward to when I was 16. My parents bought a new house across town. Bigger, newer, no history of anything weird. The first night I slept there, the nightmare came back. Identical in every detail. The dolphin nightlight, which I hadn't used in years. The intelligent flames, the paralysis. I woke up drenched in sweat, convinced I could smell smoke. I've tried to talk to my family about what happened in that house, but their memories are weird. Dad remembers grabbing the baseball bat that day during the thunderstorm, but says he can't remember why he did it. Mum remembers me screaming at night, but says she can't recall what my nightmares were about. My sister was too young to remember most of it, but she admits she's always been uncomfortable in dark rooms without knowing why. One thing that really freaks me out, I drove past our old house last year. The new owners had remodeled it, painted it a different color. But as I slowed down, I found myself unable to look at my old bedroom window. It was like my body physically wouldn't let me turn my head in that direction. I got this overwhelming sense that if I looked up at that window, something would be looking back. I still don't know what was in that house with us. I don't know if it followed us or if it somehow imprinted itself on me. All I know is that the fire nightmare still comes back occasionally. Always when I'm going through something stressful or when I'm sleeping somewhere new. Always the same, always terrifying. Last month, I was staying at a hotel for a work conference. I woke up at 3:15 in the morning, gasping for air, convinced my bed was on fire. The guy in the next room actually called the front desk because he heard me screaming. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to find answers. Talk to a medium or someone who knows about this stuff. But another part of me is terrified that acknowledging it might make it stronger, might bring it back permanently. So I just keep it to myself, sleep with the lights on when it gets bad, and try to convince myself it was all just childhood imagination. But deep down, I know better. Whatever sat at the end of my bed when I was 3, whatever loomed over me during that thunderstorm, whatever controls those flames in my dreams, it was real. It is real, and sometimes, especially on stormy nights, I swear I can still feel it watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I still have the dolphin nightlight. It's in a box in my closet. I can't bring myself to throw it away, but I'll never plug it in again. Sometimes, even unplugged, I swear I see it glowing faintly through the cardboard. Story 12. I still get goosebumps when I think about what I saw that day in 2002. I was 13, riding the school bus home like any other weekday afternoon. The memory is so clear it could have happened yesterday, not over 20 years ago. It was early October, around 4:30 in the afternoon. I remember because the sun was getting lower, but it wasn't dark yet. That perfect golden hour when everything looks kind of hazy and warm. My ADHD medication was starting to wear off, which always gave me this weird feeling, not spacey exactly, but hyper-aware of everything around me. My doctor had me on a pretty low dose of Ritalin back then, just enough to get through school without bouncing off the walls. I was sitting on the right side of the bus, about halfway back. Most days I'd just zone out with my Walkman, but I'd forgotten to charge the batteries the night before, so I was just staring out the window, watching cars pass by on Elmwood Boulevard. Our bus route took us down one of the busiest roads in town, 4 lanes with a center turn lane. The traffic that day was steady, but moving well. I remember watching drivers in their cars, some singing along to music, others looking bored or tired heading home from work. Normal stuff. A lady putting on lipstick at a red light, a guy in a suit talking on one of those early flip phones, an old man with both hands gripping the wheel at 10 and 2. I wasn't looking for anything unusual, I was just killing time, enjoying that I could see down into the cars from my higher vantage point on the bus. My friend Tyler was sitting next to me, but he was busy reading a gaming magazine, so I kept watching the parade of vehicles passing by. That's when I saw it, a small SUV, dark green, either a Honda CR-V or maybe a Toyota RAV4. I've never been great with car models. What caught my attention first was that there didn't seem to be anyone driving it. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. The car was moving at the same speed as traffic, staying perfectly in its lane, but from my angle I could clearly see there was no one visible in the driver's seat, no hands on the wheel. Nothing. My stomach dropped, but what I saw next made my entire body go cold. In the back seat was a woman, but not sitting normally. Her entire torso and head were twisted around in a way that shouldn't be physically possible. It was like her lower body was facing forward, but everything from her waist up was turned completely toward my window on the bus, directly at me. Her face. God, her face. It wasn't clear. It was like someone had taken an eraser and smudged it, leaving just a blur where her features should be. But I could make out long black hair, wild and unkempt, falling around her shoulders, and she was thin. Not just slim, but unnaturally thin, like someone who hadn't eaten in months. The SUV passed us in maybe 3 seconds, but time seemed to slow down. I remember pressing my face against the glass, straining to keep sight of it as it moved ahead of the bus. I wanted to scream or point it out to Tyler, but my voice just died in my throat. By the time I could form words, the vehicle was gone, merged into traffic ahead. "Dude, what are you staring at?" Tyler finally looked up from his magazine. "Did you see that car, the green SUV?" My voice came out all weird and shaky. "What about it?" "There was no driver, and there was this woman in the back, all twisted around, staring at us." Tyler just laughed. "Your Ritalin's wearing off hard today, huh?" I tried to laugh it off too, but I couldn't shake what I'd seen. The way that woman's body was positioned was all wrong. In a normal car with normal human anatomy, you can't twist your entire upper body around like that in such a confined space. The spine doesn't bend that way, and her face, that blurry, smudged face, kept flashing in my mind. When I got home, I was still freaked out. Mom noticed I was quieter than usual during dinner. "Everything okay at school today?" she asked, passing me the mashed potatoes. I nodded, not wanting to get into it. What was I supposed to say? That I saw a ghost driving a car? That there was some contortionist demon woman staring at me from a back seat? I'd been reading too many Goosebumps books lately, and Mom was already worried about my overactive imagination, as she called it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept going over what I'd seen, trying to make sense of it. Maybe the driver was really short or was reaching down to grab something off the floor. But that wouldn't explain the missing hands on the wheel, and no explanation could account for that woman in the back seat. I tried telling myself it was just my medication wearing off, making me see things. But I knew that wasn't how Ritalin worked. Coming down from it might make me a little tired or cranky, but it doesn't cause hallucinations. And I wasn't tired or out of it. I was alert, completely aware of my surroundings. The next day at school, I tried telling my friend Marcus about it during lunch. He was more into weird stuff than Tyler was. Maybe it was one of those self-driving cars, he suggested, taking a bite of his sandwich. In 2002. Those didn't exist yet, I reminded him. Well, maybe it was a ghost car, he said, wiggling his fingers in a spooky gesture. Oh! I forced a laugh, but it wasn't funny to me. What I'd seen felt real, and it felt wrong, like I'd glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see. For the next few weeks, I made sure to sit on the left side of the bus, away from the boulevard traffic. I didn't want to see that SUV again. Sometimes I'd catch myself scanning the road anyway, half expecting to spot that green vehicle with its invisible driver and contorted passenger, but I never did. As time passed, I tried to convince myself that maybe I had dozed off for a few seconds and dreamed the whole thing. Or maybe it was just a weird visual trick, the angle of the sun, the tint of the windows, something that made it look like there was no driver when there actually was one. But none of those explanations ever felt right, and they certainly couldn't explain the woman. I'm 34 now, I've gone through college, held different jobs, lived in different cities. I've never experienced anything else like that moment on the bus. No other paranormal encounters, no ghostly sightings, nothing that couldn't be logically explained. Just that one inexplicable afternoon in October, 21 years ago. Sometimes I'll be driving on a busy road and get this prickly feeling on the back of my neck, like someone's watching me. I'll check my rear-view mirror, half expecting to see that blurry-faced woman contorted in my back seat, or I'll be stopped at a light and glance at the car next to me, suddenly afraid I'll see an empty driver's seat. I've researched local accidents and deaths from around that time, wondering if maybe what I saw was connected to some tragedy. Maybe a woman died in a car crash on that road, and somehow I glimpsed her ghost. But I never found anything that matched up. A few years ago, I worked up the courage to tell my wife about it. She's more open-minded about this stuff than I am. She suggested that maybe what I saw was some kind of residual haunting, an event so traumatic that it left an imprint that replays like a recording. Or maybe it was a glimpse into another dimension that briefly overlapped with ours. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw. A moving vehicle with no visible driver, and a woman in the back seat who couldn't possibly have been positioned the way she was if she were made of flesh and bone. The thing that still bothers me the most after all these years is the feeling I had that she was looking directly at me. Not just in my general direction, but 80 me specifically, like she knew I could see her, and she was making sure I noticed her too. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else on that bus saw what I did. Did any of the other kids notice and just never say anything, or was I the only one who could see it for some reason, and if so, why me? I still take the same medication for my ADHD, just a different brand now. Never had another hallucination or vision or whatever you want to call it. Never had any other experience I couldn't explain away with logic and reason. Just that one time. That one glimpse of something impossible on an otherwise ordinary October afternoon. A driverless car and a woman who couldn't exist the way I saw her, yet somehow did. I've mostly come to terms with not having answers. Some things in life just don't have neat explanations, I guess. But even now, 2 decades later, I still catch myself checking the back seats of cars in traffic, especially small green SUVs, and I never, ever look in my own rearview mirror longer than I have to. Because what if she's still out there somewhere, riding in back seats, waiting for someone else to notice her? And what if next time she does more than just look? Story 13. I still can't explain what happened in that house. It's been 3 years since we moved out, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural, but what we experienced in that Victorian house changed everything I thought I knew. My name's Emily. Back in 2016, my husband Mark and I decided we needed more space for our growing family. We have 2 kids, Josh and Lily, plus a small zoo of pets. We found this gorgeous Victorian house that seemed perfect. Big yard, plenty of bedrooms, and way more character than our cramped apartment. The price was surprisingly reasonable, which should have been our first warning sign, I guess. Moving day was chaos. Our dog Beggar, a stubborn old shepherd mix, kept running back to the car whenever we tried to bring him inside. Our calico cat Cleopatra was pregnant and extra moody, hissing at the movers, and our newer dogs, Nana, a lab, and Zipper, a terrier, were just excited about everything, making the whole process even more stressful. The first few weeks were normal, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, finding places for everything. Cleopatra gave birth to her kittens about a month after we moved in. 4 adorable little furballs we named Sock, Roots. These 2 were identical, we called them the twins. Demon, because he was pitch black with these intense eyes. And Tigger. They were healthy and playful, and everything seemed fine. Then one afternoon, maybe 2 months after moving in, I was in the living room folding laundry when Cleopatra started acting weird. She ran down the stairs at full speed, then suddenly skidded to a stop about 10 feet from the corner window in our living room. She just stared at it, her back arched, fur standing up. After maybe a minute of this standoff with nothing, she bolted back upstairs. I didn't think much of it. Cats are weird sometimes, right? But then she did it again and again. It became this bizarre routine. She'd race down the stairs, stop at the same spot, stare at that corner, then rush back upstairs. It wasn't a one-time thing or even a one-day thing. She did this multiple times every day for weeks. I remember sitting on the couch one evening, watching her do this routine for maybe the 5th time that day, when I felt this. I don't know how to describe it. It was like when you feel someone watching you, but more intense. My skin got cold, and I found myself looking at that corner too. There was nothing there, just a window, some wallpaper, and a small end table we'd placed there when we moved in. The next morning, I noticed the end table had been moved to the center of the wall, away from the corner. I asked Mark about it, and he shrugged, saying it just didn't look right there. When I tried to move it back, my fingers felt numb, and I got this overwhelming urge to back away. I left it where Mark had put it. About 3 months after moving in, poor Cleopatra passed away unexpectedly. The vet said it was heart failure, not uncommon in older cats, but it hit us hard, especially the kids. What was weird, though, was that within days of her passing, her kittens, now growing into cats themselves, started doing the exact same stare-running, corner-avoiding routine. It was like they'd inherited this bizarre behavior. Tigger was the worst. He'd not only avoid that corner, but actively hiss at it. Sometimes in the middle of the night, we'd hear this angry, frightened hissing from downstairs, and I'd come down to find him with his back arched, spitting and swatting at empty air in that corner. I'd try to comfort him, but as soon as I got within about 6 feet of that spot, I'd feel it too. This pressure, like the air was thicker there. My chest would tighten, and I'd have this irrational urge to run. We also had this massive 6-foot iguana named Iggy. He was usually pretty chill, loved to bask in sunlight. The corner window got great afternoon sun, but Iggy would never, and I mean never, go near it. He'd sit in the sun when it reached the middle of the room. But if we tried to move his tank closer to that corner, he'd go crazy, scratching at the glass until we moved him back. Beggar was mostly an outdoor dog, but whenever he came inside, he'd bark at that corner like someone was standing there. Not just a bark or two. I'm talking full on, someone's breaking in kind of barking. Nana and Zipper were the same. They'd come barreling into the house, all happy and excited, then stop dead in their tracks and growl at that empty corner. One night in December, we were setting up our Christmas tree. In our old place, we'd always put it in the corner of the living room, so naturally, I suggested we put it in that corner. Mark got this look on his face, not scared exactly, but uncomfortable. "Let's put it by the fireplace instead," he said quickly. I didn't argue. I didn't want it there either, though I couldn't explain why. That's when I realized we had never put anything in that corner. No furniture, no decorations, nothing. It was the only empty space in our otherwise crowded house. There was no logical reason for this. It was prime real estate, a nice corner with a window. But the thought of putting anything there made my skin crawl. I tried to talk to Mark about it one night after the kids were in bed. "Have you noticed how weird everyone acts around that corner?" I asked him. He was quiet for a long time. "I thought it was just me," he finally said. "I keep seeing something out of the corner of my eye, but when I look directly, there's nothing there." This creeped me out because I'd had the exact same experience, but hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Sometimes when I'd walk past that spot, I'd swear I saw a dark shape, like someone standing there, but when I'd turn to look, nothing. The cellar was just as bad. It was this old-school basement with stone walls and a dirt floor in parts. We'd intended to use it for storage, but after our first attempt to organize it, we all silently agreed to just keep the door closed. There was nothing visibly wrong with it. No weird stains or creepy writing on the walls or anything like that. But being down there felt like being watched by something that didn't want you there. One afternoon, I was home alone, doing laundry. The kids were at school, Mark was at work, and I was trying to ignore the usual weird pet behavior. Tigger was doing his stare and hiss routine at the corner, and I was getting fed up with it. "There's nothing there!" I snapped at him, feeling silly for yelling at a cat, but frustrated nonetheless. I decided to prove it. To myself, and to Tigger, I guess. I marched right up to that corner, closer than I'd been in months. My heart was pounding, but I was determined to show that it was just a normal part of the house. As soon as I stepped within about 3 feet of it, the temperature dropped so dramatically I could see my breath. In April, in a heated house. Tigger let out this howl I'd never heard before and ran upstairs. I stood there frozen as goosebumps raised on my arms. Then I heard it, a low hum, almost like someone humming a tune, but just off-key enough to make my teeth hurt. It seemed to be coming from inside the wall, or maybe from outside the window. I couldn't tell. I leaned closer, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The humming stopped abruptly, replaced by what I can only describe as breathing, deep, raspy breathing, like someone with damaged lungs. I jumped back, knocking over a lamp, which shattered on the hardwood floor. I ran outside and sat in my car for 2 hours until it was time to pick up the kids from school. I didn't tell anyone what happened. What could I say? I heard breathing coming from our wall. They'd think I was losing it, but things escalated after that. The pets became more agitated. Roots and Sock, the twin cats who were usually inseparable, started fighting whenever they went near that corner. Demon disappeared for 3 days, and when he came back, he wouldn't go downstairs at all anymore. One night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to all 4 dogs, Beggar, Nana, Zipper, and even our neighbor's dog, who sometimes wandered into our yard, howling outside, all facing our house, all staring up at the corner window. When I went downstairs to check, all 3 remaining cats were sitting on the bottom stair, staring at the corner, completely motionless. I'd had enough. The next morning, I called a local priest, thinking maybe he could bless the house or something. I'm not even religious, but I was desperate. He came over that afternoon, and I tried to explain without sounding crazy. He was polite, but clearly skeptical, until we walked into the living room, and he saw that corner. He stopped mid-sentence and just stared at it. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and walked out. I followed him to his car, asking what was wrong. "I'm sorry," he said, not meeting my eyes. "I can't help you with this." He drove away, and I never heard from him again, even when I called the church multiple times. That night, we had the worst storm I've ever seen. Thunder, lightning, the works. At the height of it, lightning struck somewhere close by, and our power went out. As I was fumbling for candles in the dark, I heard Lily scream from upstairs. I ran up to find her standing in the hallway, pointing at her bedroom window, which faced the backyard. "There's someone out there," she sobbed. "Someone standing in the yard, looking up at the house." Mark grabbed a flashlight and looked out. There was nobody there. But when we went downstairs, all the pets were gathered at that corner window, staring out into the darkness. Even Iggy, who never left his tank, was pressed against the glass, watching something we couldn't see. The next day, I took the kids and stayed at my mum's. Mark joined us that weekend, and we never spent another night in that house. We broke our lease, lost our security deposit, and left most of our furniture behind. It was worth it. We found out later from a neighbor that the house had been built in the late 1800s and had gone through numerous owners, none staying longer than 2 years. There were rumors about a family that had lived there in the 1920s, a mother who had gone mad and drowned her children in the cellar during a rainstorm before hanging herself from that corner window. I don't know if that's true. I never researched it because, honestly, I don't want to know. Whatever was in that corner, it wasn't just a draft or creaky pipes or our imagination. It was something that every living creature in our house could sense, something that didn't want us there. We've moved on. We have a new house now, a newer build with no history and no weird corners. The pets are all fine, no more bizarre behavior, but sometimes I still dream about that corner. In my dreams, I always walk closer than I ever did in real life. Close enough to see what was actually there. I always wake up before I can see it clearly, and honestly, I'm grateful for that. Story. I've been back in the States for almost 3 weeks now, but I still can't sleep with my bedroom door closed. Hell, I can barely sleep at all. I keep waking up in cold sweats, checking if my door is still shut. What happened in Budapest has completely messed me up, and I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. I've never believed in the paranormal before this, but I honestly don't know how else to explain what happened. I was in Budapest for a month-long work assignment. The company put me up in this apartment building in the city centre, one of those grand old European buildings that tourists usually find charming. It was about 200 years old, according to the property manager, with ornate mouldings and these massive wooden doors that looked like they belonged in a castle. My friend Alex was also there for work, staying in another unit on the same floor, which initially made me feel better about being in a foreign country. The layout of this place was weird as hell. To get to my unit, I had to take the main elevator to the 3rd floor, then walk down this narrow corridor to reach this ancient, decrepit staircase that looked like it hadn't been renovated since World War II. The stairs were made of worn stone with iron railings that wobbled if you put too much weight on them. I'd climb up 2 more floors to the 5th floor where my apartment was. The 5th floor was barely used. Just me and Alex occupied it. The hallway had these motion sensor lights that would click on when someone walked through, and they'd stay on for about 60 seconds before plunging everything back into darkness. The first time I walked up there, I remember thinking how perfect this setting would be for a horror movie. Guess I should have taken that as a warning. The weird stuff started happening about a week into my stay. At first, it was small things I could rationalize away. I'd be working on my laptop and hear footsteps in the hallway, followed by the motion sensor lights clicking on. I'd check through the peephole, but there'd be nobody there. I figured it was just Alex coming home late, or maybe the sensors were faulty. Then I started hearing my name. Clear as day, someone would say, Marcus from somewhere in the apartment when I was alone. The first time it happened, I literally searched every room, closet, and under the bed thinking Alex had somehow gotten in to play a prank on me. But there was never anyone there. I told myself it was just the pipes or the wind or something. The bathroom doors were another thing. I'd leave them open, and while I was in another room, I'd hear them close with a soft click. Every single time I'd go check, they'd be firmly shut. I started leaving them closed on purpose, and guess what? They'd be wide open when I came back. About 2 weeks in, I started having trouble sleeping, not just because of the weird stuff, but because the place felt wrong, like someone was constantly watching me. I'd feel this pressure in the room, like the air had gotten thick and heavy, especially at night. This brings me to what happened 3 nights before I was supposed to leave. I couldn't sleep at all. It was about 3 in the morning, and I was completely wired. Alex was away visiting friends in Vienna, so I was alone on the 5th floor. I decided to step out onto the little balcony my unit had for a cigarette, hoping it would calm my nerves. I was standing there, looking out at the nighttime view of Budapest, when I heard it. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming up the staircase. Not the normal, steady pace of someone climbing stairs, but this weird, dragging rhythm that sounded like someone hauling something heavy. Then the motion sensor lights in the hallway clicked on. I could see the glow from under my door. My heart started racing. I crushed out my cigarette and went to the peephole. The hallway was completely empty, but the lights were on. As I stood there, frozen, the lights clicked off, plunging the hallway back into darkness. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had come up to the wrong floor and then left. I went back to the balcony for another cigarette, trying to calm down. About 5 minutes later, the same thing happened again. The heavy footsteps, the lights clicking on. This time, they sounded like they'd reached my floor and were moving down the hallway, directly toward my door. I ran to check, and again the hallway was completely empty, but the lights were on. At this point, I was seriously freaked out. I triple-checked that my door was locked, even dragging a chair over and wedging it under the doorknob like they do in movies. I was shaking so bad, I could barely hold my phone to text Alex, asking when he'd be back. He responded that he wouldn't return until the next evening. I decided to try and distract myself by doing some work. I set up at the little desk in the living room area, which faced away from the front door. I had my headphones on, music blasting, trying to focus on anything but the creepy building I was stuck in. I must have been working for about 15 minutes when I felt this cold draft on the back of my neck. I turned around and nearly had a heart attack. My front door was standing wide open, not just unlocked, but fully open, with the hallway lights on. The chair I had wedged against it was pushed to the side, as if someone had carefully moved it. I'm not ashamed to admit I screamed. I jumped up so fast I knocked over my chair. I checked the lock. It was still in the locked position, despite the door being open. How is that even possible? The door had a deadbolt that required a key from both sides. My key was still on the desk where I'd left it. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police. But what was I going to tell them? That a ghost opened my door. I did the only thing I could think of. I searched the entire apartment, every closet, under the bed, behind the shower curtain, everywhere someone could possibly hide. There was no one there. I closed and locked the door again, this time keeping the key in the lock and turning it as far as it would go. I pushed the sofa in front of the door for good measure. There was no way anyone was getting in, and I wasn't going to sleep that night anyway. I sat on the couch, facing the door, with all the lights on. I must have dozed off at some point, despite my best efforts, because I woke up at around 5:30 in the morning to a loud crashing sound. I opened my eyes to see the door wide open again, the sofa pushed aside just enough to allow the door to open fully. The hallway lights were on, triggered by movement. I completely lost it at that point. I grabbed my phone and wallet and ran out of the apartment, down that creepy staircase, not stopping, until I reached the building's lobby, where thankfully the night manager was half asleep at his desk. I must have looked insane, sweaty, pale, eyes wild. I told him there was someone in my apartment, that someone had broken in. He called the building security and 2 guys went up with me to check. Of course, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no one hiding anywhere. The manager suggested it might have been the wind, or that I hadn't properly closed the door. I knew better, but I couldn't explain what had really happened without sounding completely nuts. I couldn't bring myself to go back to that apartment alone. I called Alex, waking him up in Vienna, and told him what happened. He must have heard the terror in my voice because he immediately said he'd catch the first train back to Budapest. Until he arrived that evening, I sat in a cafe across from the building, jumping at every sound. When Alex finally got back, I made him stay with me in my apartment. I told him everything, and to his credit, he didn't outright say I was crazy, but I could tell he didn't fully believe me either. That night, nothing happened. No footsteps, no opening doors. It was like whatever it was knew I wasn't alone anymore. The next day, I started noticing other things I'd been too scared to process before. The smell of cigarette smoke around my balcony when I hadn't been out there. The fact that the staircase we used didn't just go up. It also led down 6 stories into what looked like an abyss. I'd never gone down there, but the building manager told me it led to an old basement that hadn't been used in about 100 years. I couldn't get out of Budapest fast enough. I finished my work assignment a day early and changed my flight. I didn't even care about the extra fee. I just needed to get out of that building. Here's the thing that still haunts me. The night before I left, while packing with Alex in the room, I distinctly heard someone whisper my name right next to my ear. Alex didn't hear a thing. I still don't know what was in that building. Was it some kind of entity, a ghost, or was I just losing my mind from stress and lack of sleep? All I know is that I've never felt terror like that before, and I hope to God I never do again. Something wanted me to know it was there, that it could get to me whenever it wanted. And the scariest part, I have no idea what it wanted from me or why it chose me in the first place. Story 15. I never believed in ghosts before I started working at Millbrook Coffee House. Honestly, I used to roll my eyes when my friends would talk about paranormal experiences or watching those ghost hunting shows. But after 6 months of working at that cafe, I can't explain what happens there any other way. The cafe sits in this beautiful brick building on Main Street in Millbrook's historic district. It was built in 1870-something. The exact year escapes me, but there's a little plaque by the door that tourists always stop to read. The inside has these gorgeous exposed brick walls, original hardwood floors that creak in all the right places, and these massive windows that let in the perfect amount of light. It's exactly what you'd want in a small-town coffee shop. I started working there last September. During my interview, the manager Jen mentioned something about the building's character with this weird little smile, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Looking back, that was her subtle way of warning me about Walter. I first heard about Walter during my 3rd shift. I was wiping down tables after the morning rush when my co-worker Mia dropped a mug that shattered across the floor. I jumped, and she immediately said, "Sorry." Walter startled me. When I asked who Walter was, she looked genuinely confused that I didn't know. That's when she explained that Walter was our ghost. According to the staff, Walter had been haunting the cafe for years. Nobody knows exactly who he was. Some think he was a shopkeeper who once owned the building. Others say he might have been a regular customer who loved the place so much he never left. Whatever his story, he'd become such a normal part of daily operations that the staff talked about him like he was just another co-worker. At first, I thought it was a joke they played on new hires, like some weird initiation ritual where they try to scare you with ghost stories. But then I started noticing things. The first incident happened about 2 weeks after I started. I was alone at the front counter during a slow afternoon when I clearly heard someone call my name from the kitchen. It sounded exactly like Jen. I called back, "Yeah," but got no response. When I went to check, the kitchen was empty. I found Jen upstairs in the office doing paperwork. When I told her I thought I heard her call me, she just smiled knowingly and said, "That was probably just Walter saying hello." After that, it became impossible to ignore the strange things that happened almost daily. The most common occurrence was hearing your name called in a co-worker's voice, only to find they weren't even in the building. It happened to everyone, but especially to new employees. Then there were the moments at the counter. I can't count how many times I've felt someone standing behind me while I was making drinks, only to turn around and find nobody there. Sometimes it would feel like someone was waiting to be helped, that distinctive feeling of being watched that makes you look up. But when I'd turn to greet them, there'd be empty space. If you ignored it long enough, you'd actually hear a sigh, like someone getting impatient. The first time that happened, I nearly dropped a customer's latte. Walter seemed to have his favorite spots in the cafe. The basement storage area was definitely his territory. Nobody liked going down there alone, not because he was scary, but because the feeling of being watched was so intense, it made your skin crawl. The basement was where we kept extra supplies, our break area, and the old walk-in refrigerator. The lights down there were on those old-fashioned pull strings, and the stairs creaked so loudly you couldn't sneak down there even if you tried. About 3 months into working there, I was on my lunch break in the basement. It was around 2 in the afternoon, after the lunch rush, but before the high school kids would come in. I was sitting at the small table we had set up next to the supply shelves, scrolling through my phone and eating a sandwich. The basement was dimly lit, even with the lights on, and there were these long shadows cast by the shelving units. I remember looking up from my phone because I thought I heard something. That's when I saw it, a shadow moving across the wall. Not like when light shifts or something falls. This was the distinct shadow of a person walking. It moved slowly, deliberately from one side of the room to the other. I froze completely, my sandwich halfway to my mouth. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. No response. I sat there listening intently for footsteps, but there was nothing. The building was old and noisy. You could always hear people walking around upstairs, the floorboards announcing every step, but this shadow had moved silently. I convinced myself it must have been someone coming down the stairs and then changing their mind. My break was 30 minutes, and I sat there for the remaining 15 minutes, unable to focus on anything else, just staring at the spot where I'd seen the shadow. When my break ended, I practically ran up the stairs. "Did anyone come downstairs in the last half hour?" I asked Luke, who was manning the register. "Nope, everyone's been up here." "Slow afternoon," he replied, not even looking up from the coffee he was brewing. "Are you sure? I thought I saw someone," I pressed. That's when Mia looked over from where she was restocking pastries. "Was it a shadow moving along the wall?" "That's Walter. He likes to check on people when they're alone down there." The casual way she said it made my skin crawl. "You've seen him too?" "Not exactly," she admitted, "but we've all felt him. You're actually the first person in a while who's actually seen anything. He must like you." Being told a ghost likes you is not as comforting as my co-workers seem to think. Over the next few months, I experienced more of Walter's presence. He seemed to have a routine, if ghosts can have such things. He was most active in the early mornings when we were opening and late evenings during closing. Sometimes he'd play with the radio, changing stations or adjusting the volume. Once, I watched the volume knob turn by itself while I was mopping the floor after hours. I just said, "Thanks, Walter," but I was enjoying that song, and the knob turned back. I stood there, mop in hand, for a solid minute trying to process what had just happened. Walter also had opinions about customers. After particularly rude customers left, mugs would sometimes slide across the counter or chairs would scrape against the floor with no one in them. It was like he was expressing his frustration along with us. The new hires always got the worst of Walter's mischief. Tyler, who started a month after me, refused to go to the basement after his 3rd day. He claimed the lights turned off on him while he was grabbing more coffee beans, even though he hadn't touched the pull string. He stood there in the dark, too afraid to move, until Luke came looking for him. When they tried the light again, it worked perfectly. Over time, Walter became a normal part of my workday. I'd find myself talking to him when I was alone in the cafe. If I dropped something or made a mistake, I'd joke that Walter was distracting me. Sometimes, I swear I could hear a faint chuckle in response. The strangest part is how quickly we all accepted this. We'd warn new employees about him like we were telling them about any other workplace quirk. Oh, and just so you know, we have a ghost named Walter. He's mostly friendly, but don't ignore him if you feel him waiting at the counter, and don't be rude to customers unless you want to deal with the basement heebie-jeebies afterward. Just last week I was closing alone. It was around 9:30, and I'd already locked the front door and was counting the register. The cafe was completely silent, except for the sound of me sorting coins. Suddenly, I heard distinct footsteps crossing the floor upstairs, where we have a small office and employee lounge. Heavy, deliberate steps that couldn't be explained by settling noises or the building creaking. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but the alarm would have gone off. Then I remembered the motion sensor lights upstairs. They hadn't activated. Whatever was walking around up there wasn't triggering the sensors. "Walter!" I called out, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. The footsteps stopped immediately. Then, clear as day, I heard my name called from upstairs in my own voice. Not an echo, not my imagination. It was my voice calling my own name from a place I knew was empty. I grabbed my phone, ready to call someone, though who, I wasn't sure. The police? What would I say? "Hello, officer. The ghost that haunts our cafe is being extra ghostly tonight." Before I could decide, I heard the footsteps again, this time coming down the stairs. Slow, methodical steps. I stood frozen behind the counter, watching the empty staircase, listening to footsteps descending stairs that weren't creaking like they always did under human weight. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and then crossed the room toward me. I could track the sound moving across the floor, getting closer with each phantom step. Then they stopped right in front of the counter where I stood. The air felt suddenly cold, and I could see my breath fogging in front of me, even though it was the middle of May and the heating hadn't been on in months. There was this intense pressure in the air, like right before a thunderstorm. "Walter," I whispered again. The tip jar on the counter slid toward me an inch, then stopped. I don't know what possessed me, but I said, "Thanks for keeping me company during closing." The pressure in the room eased instantly. The cold spot dissipated, and I swear I heard a soft, "You're welcome," that sounded like a blend of all my co-workers' voices mixed together. I finished closing in record time that night. I still work at the cafe. Walter is still there. Just yesterday, a customer was being particularly nasty about their complicated order, and while I was remaking their drink for the third time, all the lights in the cafe flickered. The customer looked up, startled, and suddenly became much more polite. I glanced toward the empty corner by the pastry case and whispered, "Thanks, Walter. I don't know if I'll ever get used to working with a ghost, but as far as co-workers go, I've definitely had worse. At least Walter has never called in sick or asked me to cover his shift. Though sometimes, when I'm alone in the basement taking inventory, I'll talk to him about difficult customers or workplace drama, the way you'd vent to a friend. And sometimes, when I'm really paying attention, I can feel him listening." Story 16. I've always been sensitive to things most people can't sense. My mom called it a gift, but honestly, it's been more of a curse than anything else. I never asked to feel energies or see things that shouldn't be there, but that's been my reality since I was a kid. I never thought much about it until the first time I went to Third Bridge. I grew up in Aurora, Colorado. If you're from around there, you've probably heard the stories about Third Bridge. It's this old, creaky metal bridge on a dirt road east of town. Most people just know it as a place where teenagers go to drink or make out, but there's a lot more to it than that. The bridge sits on land where a massacre happened back in the 1800s. Native Americans and settlers killed. And if that wasn't enough, decades later, a bunch of teenagers died in a car accident on that same bridge. Some people say their spirits are still there, along with the spirits of those who died in the massacre. I was 16 the first time I went. My friend Marcus had been bugging me for weeks to go with him. He knew about my sensitivity and wanted someone who might actually pick up on something. I didn't want to go, but he kept pushing, saying stuff like, "Come on, Jesse, don't be such a wimp." So I finally gave in. It was April, still pretty cold at night in Colorado. We drove out there in Marcus's beat-up Honda Civic around 10 at night. The bridge is way out on these rural roads. You have to know where you're going, or you'll get lost. The whole drive out there, I felt this growing knot in my stomach. I told myself it was just anxiety about going somewhere I shouldn't be, but deep down, I knew it was something else. The bridge itself doesn't look like much, just this old metal structure over a dry creek bed. But the minute we pulled up, I felt it. Have you ever walked into a room right after people had a huge fight? That lingering tension that makes you want to turn around and leave. It was like that, but 100 times stronger. "I don't like this place," I told Marcus as we got out of the car. He just laughed and said I was being dramatic. We walked onto the bridge, and that's when I heard them for the first time. Drums, Native American drums, beating in a steady rhythm. They weren't loud, more like they were coming from far away, but I could hear them clearly. "Do you hear that?" I asked Marcus. "Hear what?" "The drums." He shook his head. I tried to figure out where they were coming from, but the sound seemed to move. First from the east, then from behind us, then from below the bridge. It made no sense. That first visit, we stayed maybe 30 minutes before I insisted we leave. I was shaking by the time we got back to the car. Marcus thought it was awesome that I'd experienced something, but he didn't understand how it felt. That heavy, oppressive energy had clung to me like wet clothes. I swore I'd never go back, but somehow, over the next few years, I found myself returning to Third Bridge between 8 and 12 times, sometimes with Marcus, sometimes with other friends who'd heard the stories and wanted to go. Each time, the experiences got more intense. During my third visit, about 6 months after the first, we were driving down the dirt road approaching the bridge when a border collie ran right in front of our car. I slammed on the brakes, but I felt the impact. I was driving my mum's car that night and I panicked, thinking I'd hit someone's dog. We got out and looked everywhere with our flashlights, but there was no dog, no blood, no fur, nothing, just empty road. When I told Marcus, he got really quiet, then said, "The guy who owns the property out here lost his border collie a few years ago. It was hit by a car in that exact spot." I felt sick. The dog I'd seen and hit wasn't real, at least not anymore. Another time, it was the middle of summer, probably 80 degrees even at night. We were sitting in my car near the bridge, just talking, when suddenly my windshield fogged up completely. Not just a little condensation, I mean completely covered, like someone had sprayed it with milk. It happened in seconds. The temperature hadn't changed, the air conditioner wasn't on, and none of the other windows were affected. Just the windshield, completely obscured. I turned on the defrost at full blast, but it did nothing. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the fog vanished. The window was completely clear again. The car incidents were freaky, but not as disturbing as what started happening on my later visits. Around my 5th or 6th time there, I started noticing an old car would appear behind us as we were leaving. It looked like something from the 1960s or 70s, dark-colored, with only one working headlight. The first time I saw it, I thought it was just some local, but the car would suddenly appear right behind us on these empty country roads, follow us for a while, then vanish when we reached the main road. This happened multiple times, and it was always the same car, always with that one headlight. During one visit in the fall, when I was 17, I was with a group of 4 friends. We'd been there about 20 minutes when everyone started feeling uneasy. We decided to leave, but as we walked back to the car, I felt this intense push against my right leg. It wasn't like someone shoving me. It was more like an invisible force pressing against me. Before I could react, my leg was slammed into a barbed wire fence along the road. One of the barbs punctured deep into my calf. My friends helped me back to the car, and we tried to clean the wound with some water bottles we had. It wasn't bleeding much at first, but over the next few weeks, it would randomly start bleeding again, even though it seemed to be healing. I ended up with a permanent scar, a constant reminder of what happened that night. The drums were a constant during every visit, sometimes faint, sometimes so loud they seemed to vibrate through my body. No one else ever heard them. But during my last few visits, I started hearing voices too. Whispers in a language I didn't understand, mixed with the drum beats. The last time I went to Third Bridge was the night before I left for college in California. I went alone, which was stupid, I know, but I felt like I needed closure with that place before I moved away. It was August, around midnight. The energy that night was heavier than I'd ever felt it. The drums were loud and I could feel eyes on me from every direction. I stood in the middle of the bridge and said out loud, "I'm leaving tomorrow. I won't be coming back." As soon as the words left my mouth, I heard a woman's voice, clear as day, say something in what sounded like a Native American language. Then the drums stopped. The sudden silence was more terrifying than any sound. I ran to my car and drove away as fast as I could on that dirt road. In my rearview mirror, I saw that one headlight car appear, following closer than it ever had before. I was going maybe 50 miles per hour on a road that should be taken at 20, terrified that this ghost car was going to run me off the road. When I finally hit the main road, I looked back and it was gone, just like always. I thought moving to California would free me from whatever was attached to that bridge. For 3 years, it seemed like it had. I didn't feel that heaviness anymore, didn't hear drums or see phantom dogs or ghost cars. I convinced myself it had all been the product of teenage imagination combined with my sensitivity. Then, last month, everything changed. I was in my apartment getting ready for bed around 11:30 at night. My roommate was out of town, so I was alone. I've been partially deaf in my left ear since birth. I can hear some things, but mostly it's just muffled noise on that side. As I was turning off my bedroom light, I distinctly heard a female voice whisper my name. "Jesse!" directly into my deaf ear. The voice was crystal clear, something that should be physically impossible given my hearing loss. I froze, heart pounding, as a bright light swept through my room, like someone shining a police flashlight through my window. Except I live on the 3rd floor, and there's no way a flashlight from the ground could reach my window at that angle. The light moved across my wall, then disappeared. I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, terrified to close my eyes. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if something from Third Bridge followed me to California, or if I somehow opened myself up to whatever energies exist there. All I know is that I'm afraid to be alone in my apartment now. I'm afraid to turn off the lights. I'm afraid of what might whisper my name again. The scar on my leg from the barbed wire has started itching and turning red again, after being healed for years. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and think I hear drums in the distance. I've told no one about this until now because I know how crazy it sounds, but I know what I've experienced and I know it's real. I wish I'd never gone to Third Bridge. I wish I'd never heard those drums. Most of all, I wish I knew why whatever is there won't let me go. Story 17. I've always been a bit sensitive to the paranormal. It runs in my family, especially on my dad's side. Growing up, we'd talk about the weird stuff that happened in our old house pretty casually, like it was just another quirk of our home, like the squeaky stair or the cabinet that never closed right. My dad even managed to record some of the activity once. Footsteps when nobody was walking, doors closing on their own, that kind of stuff. So I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when things started happening to me in my new place. But this feels different, more targeted, more personal, and it's getting worse. I moved into this house about 2 years ago. It's nothing special, just a modest 3-bedroom in a quiet suburb, the kind of neighborhood where people walk their dogs in the evening and kids ride bikes in the street. Normal stuff. The first year was completely uneventful. No weird noises, no strange feelings, nothing that made me think twice. I actually remember telling my dad how nice it was to live somewhere quiet for once. Guess I jinxed myself. It started about 8 months ago. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. That kind of jarring awakening where you go from dead asleep to wide awake in a split second. It was around 3 in the morning. The first thing I noticed was this bizarre static sensation in my head, like when your foot falls asleep, but it was inside my skull. My ears were ringing too, not painfully but persistently, like after a loud concert. But the worst part wasn't the physical sensations, it was the absolute certainty that someone was watching me. Not just in the room, directly over me. I could feel eyes on my face, studying me. I tried to move, to sit up, to turn on a light, anything. But I couldn't. My body felt weighted down, like something was pressing on my chest and limbs. I laid there for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs, until gradually the pressure lifted and I could move again. I told myself it was sleep paralysis. I'd read about it before. The feeling of being awake but unable to move, often accompanied by hallucinations or a sense of a threatening presence. It made sense, and it was a hell of a lot better than the alternative. I even Googled it the next morning, reassuring myself with scientific explanations about REM sleep and the brain. I convinced myself it was nothing. For a few months, nothing else happened, and I almost forgot about it. Almost. Then, about 4 months ago, I woke up again in the middle of the night. This time I could move, which was a relief. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out what had woken me, when I felt my mattress sink down on the right side, like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. I felt the shift in weight, the way the blankets pulled slightly. I sat up so fast I got dizzy, fumbling for the lamp on my nightstand. When the light came on, there was nothing there. No indent in the mattress, no disturbance in the blankets, nothing visible at least. But I knew what I'd felt. The weight had been substantial, like a full-grown adult. I slept with the lights on for a week after that. I started checking under my bed every night like a scared kid, looking in my closet behind my shower curtain. I even considered getting a roommate just so I wouldn't be alone at night, but the thought of explaining why was embarrassing. What would I say? Sometimes an invisible person sits on my bed. Yeah, that would go over well. The most recent incident happened just 3 nights ago, and it's the reason I finally decided to write all this down. Maybe putting it into words will help me make sense of it. Or maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I was lying on my side, earbuds in, listening to a podcast to help me fall asleep. It was 2:54 in the morning. I remember checking my phone just before it happened. I was in that drowsy state between wakefulness and sleep, when your thoughts start to get weird and disjointed. That's when I felt it. 3 distinct taps on my upper back, right between my shoulder blades. Not light taps either. Firm, deliberate pressure, with enough force that I could feel the shape of a fingertip through my t-shirt. 1, 2, 3. Like someone was trying to get my attention. I spun around so fast I yanked my earbuds out, the cord whipping across my face. My heart was in my throat, blood rushing in my ears. But there was nobody there, just my empty room, the shadows from my nightlight stretching across the walls. I turned on every light in the house, checked every room, every closet, under every piece of furniture, tested all the windows and doors, all locked from the inside. I was completely alone in the house, but someone or something had touched me. I'm certain of it. The tapping is what scares me the most. It's one thing to feel watched or to experience strange sensations that could potentially be explained away, but this was physical contact. Whatever this is, it's escalating, moving from making me feel its presence to actually touching me, and it's always at night, always when I'm vulnerable, always when I'm alone. Last night I set up my phone to record myself sleeping. I propped it up on my dresser, aimed at my bed, and let it run all night. Part of me was afraid to check the footage this morning. What if I saw something? What if I didn't? I'm not sure which would be worse. I finally worked up the courage to watch it around noon. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Me sleeping, occasionally shifting position. The video was dark, lit only by my small nightlight, but clear enough to see the outline of my body under the blankets. At 2:23 in the morning, something changed. There was no visible difference in the room, but I watched myself become restless on the bed. I was tossing and turning, though I don't remember waking up. Then, at 2:31, I suddenly went completely still. Not the normal stillness of sleep. It was like I was frozen. The blankets weren't even moving with my breathing. This stillness lasted for exactly 7 minutes. I timed it. Then, at 2:38, I started breathing normally again, rolled over, and continued sleeping as if nothing had happened. I re-watched that section 3 times, looking for anything else unusual, any shadow or movement that shouldn't be there. I didn't see anything obvious, but something about it makes my skin crawl. I'm going to keep recording, maybe set up multiple cameras. Part of me thinks I'm overreacting, letting my imagination run wild because of my family history with this stuff. But another part of me, a deeper instinct, is screaming that something is wrong, that something is here with me, watching me, and it's getting bolder. The tapping is what I can't get past. 3 deliberate taps, not an accident, not something brushing against me in passing. It was intentional communication, like it was saying, I'm here, notice me. Well, I've noticed, and I'm terrified of what might come next. I've been sleeping on my couch the past 2 nights with all the lights on. I've told myself it's just because I'm binge watching a new show, but the truth is, I'm afraid to go back in my bedroom. I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me there when I close my eyes. Last night I broke down and called my dad. I told him everything, expecting him to either be concerned or to tell me I was overreacting. Instead, he got really quiet for a long time. When he finally spoke, he asked me if I'd ever heard my name being called. I said no, and he seemed relieved. Apparently, in his experience, that's when things get really bad. When they know your name and try to get your attention with it. He's coming to stay with me this weekend, says he wants to check out the energy of the place. Part of me is embarrassed. I'm 32 years old, and having my dad come protect me from the monster under my bed. But mostly, I'm just relieved I won't be alone. In the meantime, I've been researching, reading forums, watching videos about paranormal activity, looking for similar experiences. Some of what I've found has been comforting. Lots of people have experienced sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucinations that seem real but aren't. Other stories have terrified me more. Accounts of escalating haunting activity, entities that start with observation and gradually work up to physical interaction. I don't know what's happening in my house. I don't know if it's psychological or paranormal or something else entirely, but I know what I felt. Those 3 taps were real. The weight on my mattress was real. The feeling of being watched was real. Tonight I'm going to try something different. I've set up 3 cameras instead of 1. One facing my bed, one in the corner of the room to get a wider angle, and one in the hallway outside my bedroom door. I've also put a voice recorder under my bed. Maybe if there's something there, I'll be able to catch it somehow. It's getting dark now. In a few hours, I'll have to decide whether to sleep in my bed or on the couch again. I'm exhausted from lack of sleep, and part of me thinks I should just face whatever this is head on. The other part is remembering those 3 taps and wondering what happens if they become something more than taps next time. Whatever this is, it's been escalating slowly but steadily. From just a feeling of being watched, to the weight on my bed, to actually touching me. What's next, and how far will it go before it stops? I don't have answers. Just questions, cameras, and the hope that maybe writing this all down will help me make sense of it. Or at the very least, leave a record if something happens to me. It's 9:30 now. The sun has set completely. My house is quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. Normal sounds, everyday sounds. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something else here with me, watching me type this, waiting for the lights to go out. I'll update if anything else happens, or if my recordings catch something. For now, I'm just trying to stay calm and tell myself there's a logical explanation for all of this. But those 3 taps, I can still feel them on my back, like phantom fingerprints pressing into my skin. 1, 2, 3. Whatever is trying to get my attention, I think it's going to keep trying until I acknowledge it, and that's what scares me the most. Story 18. I still get shivers thinking about it, even though it's been almost 15 years now. I've never posted about this before, but I need to get it off my chest. I keep wondering if anyone else has experienced something similar, or if I don't know. Maybe writing this will help me make sense of it all. I grew up in a small village in rural England, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business, and local legends are passed down like family heirlooms. Our cottage was built in 1902, nothing special, just a modest stone building with wooden beams and creaky floorboards. Not like the local pub, the White Hart, which dated back to the 1600s and was supposedly crawling with ghosts. The regulars would talk about the man in the tricorn hat who appeared at the bar, a Victorian girl in a brown dress who wandered the upper floors, and even Roman soldiers on horseback passing through the cellar walls. But our cottage? Never heard a whisper about it being haunted. Not once. When I was 8, I shared a room with my younger sister Lily. We had bunk beds. She got the top bunk because she was afraid of monsters under the bed. I hung a little dream catcher over his window. I even convinced Mum to leave the hall light on at night because Oliver seemed scared of the dark. Small protections. Probably useless, but they made me feel like I was doing something. The night before I had to go back to university, I couldn't bear the thought of leaving Oliver alone with whatever it was. I snuck into his room after everyone was asleep and set up a makeshift bed on the floor beside him. Just for one night, I told myself, just to make sure he was okay. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a cold sensation on my hand, like someone had wrapped their ice-cold, wet fingers around mine. I opened my eyes and saw Oliver fast asleep in his bed, one small arm dangling over the edge, and beside me, kneeling on the floor, was the figure I'd seen all those years ago, the ripped clothes, the bloodstains, and where the face should be, nothing, just empty, vacant space. But somehow I could feel it looking at me, and its hand, oh God, its hand was holding mine. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to pull away, but couldn't move. We stayed like that, locked together, as the thing slowly raised its other hand and pointed toward Oliver. With tremendous effort, I managed to whisper, "No." The figure tilted its head, or where its head should be, as if confused. "You can't have him," I said, my voice stronger now. "You can't have either of us." The pressure on my hand increased, almost painful now. The figure leaned closer. I could smell it, like wet earth and metal and something burning. "You don't belong here," I said, not knowing where the words were coming from. "You were woken when they started digging, but they stopped. It's over now. You need to go back." The figure went completely still. Then, slowly, it released my hand. It stood up, taller than I remembered, almost touching the ceiling, and moved toward the wall. Not walking exactly, more like shifting. One moment it was by my side, the next it was halfway across the room, then it was gone. Just gone. I stayed awake until morning, watching Oliver sleep peacefully. When he woke up, the first thing he said was, "The man with no face is gone now. You told him to go away." "Yes," I said, my voice hoarse. "And he's not coming back." Oliver nodded solemnly. "Good." I didn't like his cold hands. That was 15 years ago. Oliver is 18 now and has no memory of Terry or the man with no face. He doesn't remember any of it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. A combination of childhood nightmares and an overactive imagination triggered by my brother's typical toddler talk. But then I remember the feel of those cold, wet fingers wrapping around mine, the smell of earth and metal and burning. And I know it was real. I've never been back to stay overnight in that cottage. I make excuses whenever my parents invite me. Too busy with work, saving for a holiday, plans with friends. They think I've just outgrown them, that I'm living my own life now. They don't know I'm too terrified to sleep in that house again. Because sometimes, even now, I wake up in the middle of the night with the sensation of cold, wet fingers brushing against my hand, and I wonder, did I really send him away that night, or did he just learn to be more patient? Story 19. I've always been that person who scoffs at ghost stories. You know, the rational one who explains away the creaking floorboards as just the house settling, or the weird shadows as probably headlights from passing cars. That was me 3 months ago. Now I'm sitting in my car outside my own house, too terrified to go inside, typing this out on my phone because I need someone, anyone, to tell me I'm not losing my mind. Michael and I got married last spring. We'd been renting a cramped apartment downtown for 2 years, and with both our careers finally taking off, we decided it was time to buy our first home. The market was tough, but we eventually found this charming 3-bedroom house just a few blocks from my old high school. I was so excited about the location. It felt like a weird full-circle moment, you know? I could jog along the same paths I used to walk as a teenager, except now I'd be coming home to my husband instead of my parents. The neighborhood backs up to the river with these gorgeous walking trails and mature trees. The previous owners had maintained beautiful gardens that I couldn't wait to take over. It was perfect, or so I thought. We moved in exactly 6 weeks ago today. The first few days were normal, exhausting but exciting. Unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, arguing over where to hang our wedding photos, all the usual new homeowner stuff. The first weird thing happened about a week after we moved in. It was a Thursday night, and Michael had an early meeting the next morning, so he went to bed around 10. I wasn't tired yet, so I stayed up in the living room watching Scooby-Doo on Max. I know, childish, but it's my comfort show. I must have dozed off because I remember waking up around midnight to find the TV playing some random YouTube video about deep-sea creatures. Here's the thing. There's no direct button for YouTube on our remote. You have to exit Max, go to the home screen, select the YouTube app, then sign into your profile. It's not something that happens by accident. I figured Michael must have come downstairs and changed it, maybe thinking I'd gone to bed. The next morning, I casually mentioned it while we were having coffee. "Did you come down last night and switch the TV to YouTube?" I asked. He looked at me like I was speaking another language. "What? No. I was knocked out by 10:30. "That's weird," I said, trying to brush it off. I fell asleep watching Scooby-Doo and woke up to some documentary about anglerfish. "Probably just a glitch," he shrugged. "These smart TVs do weird stuff sometimes." I accepted this explanation because it made sense. Technology is finicky, but deep down something felt off. Why would a streaming app randomly switch to YouTube and then start playing a specific video? A few days went by without incident. Then last Tuesday I was working from home, sitting at the kitchen table typing up quarterly reports. Michael had left for work around 8 and I had the house to myself. Around 11 in the morning I heard a cough. It wasn't loud, just a small clearing of the throat, but it sounded like it came from the hallway leading to our bedroom. I froze, fingers hovering over my keyboard. I called out, "Hello?" No answer. I told myself it was probably just the house making noise, old pipes, settling foundation, all those things people say to make themselves feel better. I went back to work. Not even 5 minutes later, I heard someone call my name. Sophia! It wasn't a whisper or a distant sound. It was clear as day, and it sounded exactly like Michael. Exactly. The same inflection he uses when he's trying to get my attention from another room. My first thought was that he must have come home early. I got up and walked to the hallway, calling, "Michael, did you forget something?" No response. I walked to our bedroom, but it was empty. The bathroom door was open, lights off. Nobody was there. I went to the guest bedroom, empty. The office, empty. Every room in the house was exactly as it should be, except for the fact that I'd clearly heard someone call my name. I went to the front window and looked out at the driveway. Michael's car wasn't there. I checked my phone. No missed calls or texts saying he was coming home. I called him, and he answered from his office downtown, confirming he'd been in meetings all morning. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a neighbor outside, or the TV I'd left on low volume in the background. I returned to the kitchen table and had just started typing again when I heard it a second time. Sophia. My name, in my husband's voice, coming from our bedroom. Then a third time. Sophia. And a fourth, more insistent. Sophia. Each time I checked, each time the house was empty, except for me. By the fourth time, I was shaking. I packed up my laptop, got in my car, and drove to a coffee shop where I finished my work, surrounded by the comforting buzz of strangers. I didn't tell Michael about it that night. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. And honestly, I was trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. Stress from the move, maybe, or the pressure of a looming work deadline. The next day, I was determined to prove to myself that nothing was wrong with our house. I stayed home again, made a point of playing music loudly while I worked, and everything was fine until around 2 in the afternoon when I went to the refrigerator to refill my water bottle. As I was standing there with the fridge door open, I heard footsteps behind me, not creaking floorboards, not the house settling. Distinctive footsteps, like someone wearing shoes walking across our hardwood floor. I even saw the reflection of what looked like men's dress shoes in the chrome finish of our refrigerator door. I spun around, heart pounding, water bottle clutched to my chest like a weapon. There was nobody there. I backed against the refrigerator, scanning the kitchen, the dining area, the entryway to the living room, empty, completely empty. But I had heard those footsteps, and I had seen, or thought I'd seen, those shoes. That night, I finally told Michael everything. I expected him to dismiss it, to tell me I was being silly, or that it was just new house anxiety, but instead, he got really quiet, and then admitted something that made my blood run cold. "I've been feeling weird here too," he said. "Not hearing things exactly, but I don't know. It's like I can't think straight sometimes, like I'll be working in the office, and suddenly I can't remember what I was doing or why I walked into a room." "Yes," I exclaimed, relieved he understood. "That's exactly it. I feel dumbed down here, like my brain is foggy, and I'm usually so organized, but I keep misplacing things or forgetting simple tasks." We sat there in our living room, holding hands and comparing notes on all the little things that had felt off since we moved in. The unexplained noises, the feeling of being watched, the weird technical glitches with not just the TV, but our phones and laptops too. Michael's alarm clock going off at 3:17 every morning, despite being set for 6:30. But the most disturbing part, the feeling that something in the house was draining us, I'm not talking about being tired from unpacking or stressed about mortgage payments. This was different. It was like whatever was in our house was feeding off our energy, our focus, our very essence. Maybe we should look into the history of the house, Michael suggested. See if anything happened here. So we did. We spent hours online that night, searching property records, newspaper archives, local history forums. We found nothing unusual. The house was built in 1998. The first owners lived here for 15 years, sold it to a young family who stayed for 8 years, and then we bought it from them when they relocated for work. No deaths, no tragedies, no scandals. We went to bed that night telling ourselves we were being ridiculous. New house jitters, overactive imaginations, stress from work, and the move combining to make us paranoid. Then yesterday happened. I was alone again, working at home. Michael had a client meeting across town. Around noon, I heard the front door open and close. I called out, thinking Michael had come home for lunch. No answer. I got up and checked. The front door was locked. The back door was locked. All windows secured. I was definitely alone in the house, or at least I was supposed to be. I went back to the kitchen table and tried to focus on work, but I kept hearing little sounds. A creak here, a tap there, the sound of fabric brushing against a wall. I told myself it was nothing, just my heightened anxiety making me notice normal house sounds. Then I felt a cold spot. I don't mean the AC kicked on and I felt a draft. I mean I walked through a section of my hallway that was at least 20 degrees colder than the rest of the house. It was like walking into a freezer. The cold was so intense, it made my skin prickle and my breath catch. I backed away, watching in horror as my breath fogged in that one specific spot while the air around it remained normal. I ran to our bedroom, grabbed my phone and called Michael. When he answered, I was so rattled I could barely speak. "There's something in the house," I whispered, crouching in the corner of our bedroom like a scared child. "Michael, there's something here with me." He tried to calm me down, said he'd come home right away. While I waited for him, I stayed in our bedroom with the door closed. I could hear movement in other parts of the house. Soft footsteps, the creak of weight on the stairs, the subtle sound of someone breathing. When Michael finally got home 20 minutes later, he found me huddled in the closet, crying. He searched the entire house. Nothing was out of place. No doors or windows had been tampered with. Everything was exactly as it should be, except for me, trembling and terrified in my own home. We stayed at a hotel last night. Michael told me we needed a break from the house, just one night away to clear our heads, but I know the truth. He was scared too. He believed me. This morning we came back. Michael had to go to work. He couldn't miss another day, and I promised I'd be fine. I said I'd go to the library or a coffee shop if I got scared again. He's been texting me every hour to check in. I lasted exactly 45 minutes alone in the house. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard it again. My name. Not in Michael's voice this time, but in a voice I didn't recognize. Low, gravelly, almost hungry. Sophia. I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered on the floor, tea splashing everywhere. I didn't even bother to clean it up. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and ran. And now I'm sitting in my car, parked at the end of our street, too afraid to go back inside, but too embarrassed to call Michael and admit I'm having a breakdown. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's in our house. All I know is that it knows my name and it wants my attention, and I am absolutely terrified of what happens if I give it what it wants. Story: 20 years have passed since my best friend Amy lived there, but the memories still make my skin crawl. We've been friends since high school, going on 30 years now, and I've never been more relieved than when she finally moved out of that place. The house itself looked perfectly normal from the outside. It was a 2-story colonial in a decent neighborhood in Millfield, the town right next to mine. Nice yard, good school district, reasonable price, everything a young family could want. But from the moment I first stepped inside, something felt wrong. I remember the first time I visited after they moved in. Amy was so excited to show me around, but I couldn't shake this overwhelming feeling of dread that washed over me the second I crossed the threshold. It was like walking into a freezer, but not just physically cold, something that chilled you from the inside out. "What do you think?" Amy had asked, all smiles as she gestured around the living room. I forced a smile and nodded, not wanting to rain on her parade. "It's great," I lied, but I couldn't bring myself to sit on the couch she'd proudly arranged in the living room. Something about being deep inside that house made me deeply uncomfortable, like I was being watched from every angle. After that first visit, I always suggested we hang out on the porch when the weather permitted. Amy thought I was just being weird about it, but eventually she noticed I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Her mother refused to stay overnight. Her brother would only come for short visits and always made excuses to leave early. Even the pizza delivery guys seemed anxious, practically throwing the food at the door before racing back to their cars. The worst part wasn't the feeling of being watched. It was the voices. At first I thought I was imagining things. I'd be sitting in the kitchen with Amy, and I'd hear someone call my name from upstairs. Not loudly, just a soft whisper that somehow carried over whatever conversation we were having. Sarah ... Just like that, clear as day, though Amy never seemed to hear it. "Did you hear that?" I asked her once. "Hear what?" She'd responded, looking confused. I brushed it off as my imagination the first few times. But then it started happening more frequently. Sometimes it wasn't my name. Sometimes it was just a whisper saying, "Come here," or "upstairs." Amy finally admitted, after living there about 6 months, that she heard them too. Her husband Mark heard them as well, but they'd both been afraid to mention it to each other, thinking they were losing their minds. The voices were unsettling enough, but what happened with their daughter Lily was what truly terrified me. Lily was just 18 months old when they moved in. She'd been sleeping through the night since she was 4 months old. Amy used to brag about it all the time. But within a week of moving into that house, Lily started waking up screaming at exactly 3:30 every morning, not crying like babies do when they're hungry or need a diaper change. These were blood-curdling screams of pure terror. Amy and Mark were at their wits' end after a month of this. They took Lily to doctors, thinking it might be night terrors or an ear infection, anything that would explain it. The doctors found nothing wrong. Out of desperation, they set up a video baby monitor that recorded footage. They wanted to see if something in the room might be scaring her, maybe a shadow from a tree outside or headlights from passing cars. Amy showed me the footage one afternoon when I came over. My blood ran cold as we watched it together. The video showed Lily sleeping peacefully in her crib. The nightlight cast a soft glow across the room. At exactly 3:29, you could see a pair of shadowy legs walk across the floor in front of the nightlight. They weren't transparent or floating. They looked like actual human legs, cutting off at about knee height in the frame. 10 seconds later, Lily bolt upright, screaming. I still remember the look on Amy's face when we watched it. She was pale, her hands shaking as she paused the video on those legs. "We checked the whole house," she whispered. "Every closet, under every bed. No one was there. Mark even set up motion sensors in the hallway. Nothing triggered them." After seeing that video, I refused to let my son Jason come over to play anymore. He was 5 at the time and had always been sensitive to things other people couldn't see or feel. The one time I brought him over, he refused to go upstairs to play with Lily in her room. He wouldn't even look up the staircase. When I asked him why, he just shook his head and pressed himself against my leg. "The shadows don't like kids," was all he'd say. We left 15 minutes later, but the most disturbing part of the house, the part that still makes me question my own sanity, was the pantry under the stairs. It was positioned in that awkward space between the front room and the kitchen, right under the staircase. It was small, maybe 4 feet square, with shelves attached to the walls for canned goods and dry storage. But the ceiling The ceiling was unnaturally high inside. I remember looking up and thinking it should have matched the slope of the stairs above, but instead it extended up much higher than seemed architecturally possible. I always wondered why it didn't extend the full length under the staircase. It seemed like wasted space. The pantry only took up about half the area beneath the stairs, with the rest being solid wall. It didn't make any sense from a design perspective. The doors to this pantry were distinctive, tall white doors with 4 square panels running down them. They were secured with an old-fashioned silver hook and eye latch that would squeak when you opened or closed it. I can still hear that sound in my head sometimes. The temperature inside that pantry was always freezing cold, no matter how warm the rest of the house was. Amy used to joke that she saved on refrigeration by keeping drinks in there. But the cold wasn't like a normal chill. It was penetrating, almost painful. Every time I had to grab something from that pantry for Amy, I felt an urgent need to get out as quickly as possible, like something was in there with me, breathing down my neck. One afternoon, I was helping Amy prepare dinner while our kids played in the backyard. She asked me to grab a can of tomatoes from the pantry. I reluctantly opened those white doors, feeling that familiar rush of cold air hit my face. As I stepped inside, the door swung shut behind me. The hook hadn't latched, it couldn't have. But somehow I was plunged into darkness. I immediately pushed against the door, but it wouldn't budge. I called out for Amy, trying not to panic, but my voice sounded muffled, like I was underwater. The darkness seemed to press in on me from all sides, and I swear I felt something brush against my hair. Then I heard it, a whisper right next to my ear, "Stay with us." I screamed and threw my body against the door with all my might. It suddenly gave way, and I tumbled out into the kitchen. Amy was standing right there, looking startled. "What happened?" she asked. "The door," I gasped. "It locked me in." Amy frowned. "I was right here the whole time. The door never closed. But I know what I experienced. I know what I felt and heard in that pantry. After 3 years in that house, Amy and Mark finally moved out. Lily's night terrors had gotten worse, not better. Mark had developed insomnia and was constantly on edge. Amy had lost weight and always looked exhausted. They sold the house for much less than they paid just to get away from it. I lost touch with Amy for a few years after they moved. Life got busy with work and kids. We reconnected around 7 years ago and have stayed close since. Last year, we discovered that the house had burned down in a fire. Neither of us was particularly sad to hear it. Just a few months ago, Amy and I were reminiscing about those days. I brought up the creepy pantry with its distinctive doors and that awful hook and eye latch. God, I hated that pantry, Amy said with a shudder. Remember how cold it always was and how the ceiling made no sense? I nodded, relieved that she remembered it exactly as I did. Her husband Mark joined the conversation, describing the same details, the white paneled doors, the silver latch, the unnatural cold. But then Amy got a strange look on her face. "You know what? I've been digitizing all our old photos. Let me show you something." She pulled out her laptop and opened a folder of photos from when they lived in that house. Pictures of birthday parties, holiday gatherings, everyday moments, all clearly taken inside that home. She scrolled through them slowly, and I noticed something strange. In every photo that showed that section of the house, there was no pantry, just a solid wall with wood paneling where those white doors should have been. "That can't be right," I said, leaning closer to the screen. "The pantry was right there, under the stairs." Amy nodded slowly. "That's what I remember too. But look, it's not in any of these photos. Not a single one." Mark looked over our shoulders, his face pale. "I used that pantry every day. I put shelves up in it. We spent hours going through every photo they had from that house. Not a single image showed the pantry that all three of us vividly remembered using for 3 years. Just that solid wall with plain wood paneling. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I grabbed cans from those shelves. I felt the cold. I heard that voice in the darkness. 3 different people can't have the exact same detailed false memory. Sometimes I wonder if that pantry was ever really there, if somehow that evil house could create spaces that shouldn't exist, or alter reality around it. Or maybe the pantry was the only thing that was real, and everything else was the illusion. I still have nightmares about those white doors with the 4 panels, and that silver hook and eye latch. In my dreams, I'm always trapped inside, with that voice whispering in my ear, "Stay with us." And I always wake up at exactly 3:30 in the morning. Story 21. I'm not even sure I should be posting this. My family thinks I need to move on already, and my therapist suggested I focus on the present rather than dwelling on what happened. But I can't stop thinking about it all, and I need to get this off my chest. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar after a near-death experience. 6 years ago, I nearly died from encephalitis. What started as a headache quickly spiraled into something much worse. I remember being in the hospital, my brain swelling, doctors rushing around me. Then, nothing. Just darkness for what felt like forever. When I woke up, things weren't right. The brain injury had triggered some kind of psychosis. I kept seeing these figures. They didn't have faces, just dark, shadowy outlines that would watch me from doorways or the corners of my hospital room. The doctors said it was just my injured brain misfiring, nothing to worry about. Easy for them to say when they weren't the ones seeing faceless things staring at them all day. The medication helped, steroids and antibiotics to reduce the swelling and fight the infection. Eventually, those shadowy visitors stopped appearing. But something else happened, something I still can't explain. While I was recovering at home, mostly bedridden and bored out of my mind, my mom brought me this old tarot deck she'd had since college. "Just to pass the time," she said. I'd never been into that kind of stuff before, but nearly dying has a way of making you wonder about the bigger picture, you know? At first, I was just messing around with the cards. The illustrations were beautiful, and learning the meanings gave me something to focus on, besides the constant headaches and fatigue. But then weird stuff started happening. I'd be shuffling the deck, thinking about a question, when suddenly I'd get this flash, like a quick image in my head of a specific card, and then, when I'd draw from the deck, there it would be, the exact card I had just seen in my mind. I told myself it was coincidence, or maybe my brain injury was causing some kind of weird hallucination. But it kept happening, again and again. About 8 months after my recovery, my friend Melissa came over. She'd been dating this guy named Chris for almost a year, and things seemed great between them. As we were catching up, I was absently shuffling my cards. Suddenly, I saw the 3 of Swords, a heart pierced by 3 swords, flash in my mind, followed by the Tower and the Devil. Before I could stop myself, I said, "Chris is cheating on you." Melissa laughed it off, but I could tell she was uncomfortable. I was embarrassed and tried to play it off as a joke. 2 weeks later, she called me sobbing. She'd found messages on Chris's phone. He'd been sleeping with his co-worker for months. That freaked me out. I stopped using the cards for a while after that. I didn't want to know things I shouldn't know. It felt invasive, like I was accidentally reading people's diaries or something. But the visions didn't stop. They started happening even without the cards. Small things at first, knowing who was calling before I checked my phone or what song would play next on shuffle. Then I found my mum's missing wedding ring after having a dream about it being in the bathroom vent. Another time, my roommate couldn't find his wallet, and I suddenly knew it was in his gym bag in the trunk of his car. He looked at me like I was some kind of freak when it turned up exactly where I said it would be. I started experimenting with a Ouija board too, just to see if it would work the same way. The first time I used it alone, I asked where my missing headphones were. The planchette moved to spell out DESKDRAWER. I checked, and there they were, tangled up with some charging cables in my desk drawer that I'd already looked through twice. This went on for years. Small predictions, finding lost items, knowing things I shouldn't know. I kept it mostly to myself. My family already thought I was different after the brain injury. I didn't need to give them more reasons to worry. But then, about 7 months ago, everything escalated. My family decided to drive 4 hours upstate to pick up a puppy from a breeder. I was excited. I'd always wanted a dog. But that morning, as we were getting ready to leave, I had the most vivid flash yet. I saw our car flipping over. I felt the impact, heard the screech of metal, smelled burning rubber. It was so real that I gasped and nearly fell over. "We can't go," I told my parents. "There's going to be an accident." My dad rolled his eyes. "Lucas, not this again. The doctors said these paranoid episodes might happen, but you can't let them control your life." I tried to explain it wasn't paranoia, that it felt different, but they weren't listening. My mom gave me that look, the one that's half pity, half concern, and said we'd be fine. 3 hours into the drive on a winding country road, a deer jumped out in front of our car. My dad swerved to avoid it, but we hit it anyway. The car skidded, hit the shoulder and flipped, exactly like I'd seen. Miraculously, none of us were seriously hurt, just cuts and bruises. The car was totaled, though. As we sat by the roadside waiting for help, my mom kept looking at me. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she was shaken by what had happened. Not just the accident, but the fact that I had seen it coming. After that, they started taking my feelings more seriously, at least for a while. But they still chalked it up to some weird side effect of my brain injury, some misfiring neurons that occasionally made lucky guesses. They didn't want to believe there was anything supernatural about it. Neither did I, honestly. But then came the day that changed everything, the day I can't explain away no matter how hard I try. We were visiting my grandmother 2 months ago. She lives alone since my grandfather passed away 3 years ago. While we were there, she showed me some of his things she'd kept, his watch, his favorite books, and this old silver ring he always wore. When I held the ring, something happened. I started crying uncontrollably, not just a few tears, I mean full-on sobbing, like something was being ripped out of me. Everyone was staring at me, but I couldn't stop. "We can't leave," I kept saying through the tears. "The wheel on the car is broken. Grandpa says the wheel is broken." My mom tried to calm me down, saying it was just my emotions about Grandpa, maybe triggered by holding his ring, but I knew it was different. I could feel his presence, like he was standing right next to me, urgent and worried. To humor me, and probably to shut me up, my mom suggested I use my oracle deck, a different set of cards I'd started using that had simpler, more direct messages than tarot. As I shuffled, still crying, a card flew out of the deck and landed face up on the table. It was the wheel. My mum's face went pale, but she quickly composed herself. "It's just a coincidence," she said. "The car is fine. We had it serviced last week." But I wouldn't let it go. I begged them to at least check the car before we left. My dad, annoyed but wanting to prove me wrong, went out to look it over. He came back saying everything was fine. Tires had good pressure, no visible issues. "See?" my mom said gently. "It's okay. You're just having an episode. We'll talk to Dr. Winters about adjusting your medication when we get home." We left an hour later. I was still uneasy, but tried to convince myself they were right. Maybe it was just my brain playing tricks on me again. We were on the thruway, about 45 minutes from home, when we heard a loud thunk from the front passenger side where I was sitting. The car started pulling hard to the right. My dad fought with the steering wheel as we swerved across lanes. "What the hell?" he shouted, struggling to maintain control. We somehow made it onto the shoulder, the car shuddering to a stop just feet from a steep embankment. When we got out to look, we saw it. The entire front passenger wheel had come off. Not just a flat tire, the whole wheel had separated from the axle and rolled away down the highway. The mechanic later told us that the lug nuts had been improperly tightened during our recent service, causing them to gradually loosen during our trip. If it had happened just seconds later, we would have gone over that embankment. We would have died. In the tow truck afterward, no one spoke. My mom kept looking at me with this expression I couldn't read. Fear, awe, confusion. My dad just stared straight ahead, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. That night, I overheard them talking in hushed voices. My mom was crying. "What's happening to him?" she kept asking. "This isn't normal. This isn't just brain damage." I don't know what's happening to me either. Ever since I nearly died, it's like I'm tuned into some frequency I wasn't aware of before. Like death gave me something in exchange for almost taking everything. The visions are getting stronger and more frequent. Sometimes I'll be doing something completely normal, brushing my teeth, making coffee, when suddenly I'll see something that hasn't happened yet. Sometimes it's trivial, sometimes it's life-changing. I don't know if this is a gift or a curse. All I know is that something fundamental shifted when my brain was on fire and I was hovering between life and death. Something opened up that I can't close, and I'm scared about what else I might see. Story 22. I've never really talked about this before. Not fully anyway. I mentioned bits and pieces to my brother over the years, but I've never laid it all out like this. Even now, 15 years later, I still get this weird feeling in my stomach when I think about what happened that night in Serbia. I was 8, maybe 9 years old at the time. My family and I were on this road trip through Eastern Europe. My parents wanted us to experience different cultures while we were young. We're Danish, and back then I was just a regular kid who'd never experienced anything remotely supernatural. I was the kind of kid who was afraid of the dark, sure, but I'd never had any real reason to be. We'd been driving all day through the Serbian countryside. I remember the roads were bumpy, and I was carsick for most of the journey. By the time we reached this small town called Harborview, it was already getting dark. My dad was exhausted from driving, and we were all hungry and irritable from being cooped up in the car. The motel we found wasn't exactly 5-star. It was this old 2-story building with chipped paint and dim lighting in the hallways. The kind of place that probably hadn't been renovated since the Soviet era. The lobby had this musty smell that I can still remember, like old cigarettes and something else I couldn't place. The receptionist barely spoke English, but my dad managed to book 2 rooms with his broken German and a lot of hand gestures. For whatever reason, we split up, so I was sharing with my mom while my older brother went with my dad. Our room was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a long, poorly lit hallway with this ancient carpet that had probably once been red but had faded to this weird brownish color. The room itself was pretty basic. 2 twin beds with thin mattresses, a small table between them, an old TV that probably didn't work, a wardrobe against one wall, and a mirror hanging above a chest of drawers. The bathroom was tiny, with yellowed tiles and a shower that dripped constantly. I remember being disappointed because I wanted to stay with my brother, but my mom said I was too restless at night and would keep my dad awake. He needed his sleep for driving the next day. We had dinner at a small restaurant in town. I don't even remember what we ate, and then headed back to the motel. I was exhausted, but as soon as we got back to the room and my mom turned off the lights, I was wide awake. My mom fell asleep almost immediately. She always could just lie down, and within minutes she'd be snoring softly. I envied that ability then, and I still do now. Our beds were arranged so that my mom was sleeping closest to the door, and I was by the window. The curtains were thin, and some light from the street lamps outside filtered through, casting weird shadows on the walls. The mirror on the wall across from our beds reflected this dim light, making it visible even in the darkness. I've always had this thing about sleeping with my back to open space. Even as a kid, I needed to face the room to see if anything was coming. So I was lying on my side, facing away from the window, looking out at the room. My mum was already snoring gently, but I just couldn't relax. The motel was mostly quiet, with just the occasional sound of a door closing somewhere down the hall or a car passing outside. The digital clock on the bedside table showed it was just past 11 when I first heard it. A small cracking sound, like someone stepping on a loose floorboard coming from near the entrance. My heart immediately started pounding. I held my breath, straining to hear over my mum's soft snoring. For several minutes, nothing happened, and I was starting to think I'd imagined it when I heard another crack, louder this time, like someone had opened the drawer of the chest near our beds. I was completely frozen. I wanted to wake my mum, but I was paralyzed with fear. What if there was someone in our room, a burglar or something worse? I couldn't even make myself turn over to check if the door was still closed. Then something happened that I still can't explain, something that makes me question my own memory even now. As I was staring wide-eyed across the room, I saw something in the mirror. Not a reflection of something in the room, but something inside the mirror itself. It was like a silhouette, but not solid, more like smoke or fog, grey and slightly translucent, and it was moving slowly from left to right inside the mirror, as if passing through it. I remember thinking, with the strange clarity that sometimes comes in moments of extreme fear, that it couldn't be a reflection because there was nothing in the room moving. My mum was still in bed, I was completely still, and the door hadn't opened. This thing was inside the mirror itself. I watched, unable to even blink, as this smoky silhouette moved across the entire width of the mirror and then disappeared at the right edge of the frame. For a moment, everything was silent again. I was shaking under my blanket, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. Then, just when I thought it was over, there was a massive bang from the wardrobe that stood to the right of the mirror. It wasn't just loud, it was violent, like someone had slammed their fist against it with incredible force. The whole wardrobe shuddered, and I swear I saw it move slightly away from the wall. My mom stirred a little at the noise but didn't wake up. I, on the other hand, was in complete terror. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but lie there, but I couldn't move. I just stared at the wardrobe, expecting something terrible to emerge from it, but nothing did. After that massive bang, the room fell completely silent again. No more cracks, no more bangs, no more smoky figures in the mirror. Just the sound of my mum's breathing and my own heart threatening to explode. I didn't sleep that night. Not for hours, anyway. I lay there, rigid with fear, staring at the wall until my eyes burned. I didn't dare look at the mirror again. I was terrified that if I did, I'd see that smoky figure staring back at me. I must have fallen asleep eventually from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I remember is my mom shaking me awake as sunlight streamed through the thin curtains. I was disoriented and exhausted, but the terror of the night before was still fresh. I tried to tell my mum what had happened, but I didn't have the words to describe it properly. I was just a kid, and it sounded stupid even to me. A shadow in a mirror and a loud noise from a wardrobe. She assumed I'd had a nightmare and told me not to worry about it. We left the motel that morning and continued our road trip. I was quiet in the car, thinking about what I'd seen. My brother noticed something was off and asked me what was wrong, but when I tried to explain, he just laughed and said I'd been watching too many scary movies. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was just my frightened mind playing tricks on me. Maybe there was someone in the hallway and the sound carried strangely. Maybe the wardrobe was just settling or the building shifting, but none of those explanations feel right. I wasn't dreaming. I know what dreams feel like, and it wasn't sleep paralysis either. I've experienced that as an adult, and it's completely different. With sleep paralysis, you're half awake, confused, and can't move. That night in Serbia, I was fully awake and alert. My body was frozen with fear, not paralysis. What bothers me most is the silhouette in the mirror, not reflected by the mirror, but moving within it. How do you explain that? And then the violent bang from the wardrobe, as if whatever had passed through the mirror had physically struck it from inside. I've researched paranormal phenomena since then. looking for something similar to what I experienced. The closest I've found are stories about shadow people or entities that can move between dimensions, using mirrors as portals. But even those don't quite match what I saw. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else ever experienced something strange in that motel. Was it just me, or had others seen it too? Did the people who worked there know about it? Was that why the place felt so off? Why it was so cheap to stay there? I'm 23 now, and I still get uneasy around large mirrors in dark rooms. I still prefer to sleep with my back against a wall, and whenever I'm in a hotel or motel, I always check where the mirrors are positioned before I go to bed. My family returned to Denmark, and life went on normally. I never experienced anything like that again. But the memory has stayed with me, crystal clear despite the years that have passed. Sometimes I think about going back to Serbia, finding that motel if it still exists, and staying in the same room. Maybe I'd see nothing and could finally convince myself it was all in my head. But then I think, what if it wasn't? What if that thing is still there, passing through mirrors in the darkness? What if this time it notices me watching? I don't think I'll ever know what really happened that night. Maybe it's better that way. Some questions probably shouldn't be answered, but sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I still see it in my mind. That smoky silhouette sliding through the mirror like it was a window to somewhere else. And I wonder where it went and what it was, and why, of all the places in the world, it chose to pass through a mirror in a run-down Serbian motel room where a frightened Danish kid lay awake in the dark. Dubudu, story 23. I still get chills when I think about what happened that summer night in 2017. I've spent the last 6 years trying to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but deep down, I know what I saw was real. It's not something I talk about much, but I need to get this off my chest because it still haunts me. I was 10 years old at the time. My parents had split up the year before, and my mum had started dating this new guy named Rick. He seemed okay, I guess. He lived in this small apartment complex in the city, and I'd go stay with them every other weekend. The neighborhood was nothing special. Just rows of apartments, a few convenience stores, and this Vietnamese church at the end of the street. The church was this small, plain building with a little yard in front. Nothing scary about it during the day, but at night it gave off this weird vibe. They had these motion-activated lights that would click on whenever someone walked by. That summer, I made friends with this kid named Marcus, who lived in the same complex. He was about my age, maybe a year older, and we'd hang out whenever I visited my mom. We'd ride bikes, play video games, normal kid stuff. One Friday night in August, my mom and Rick decided to have some friends over. Their apartment was small and crowded, with adults drinking and talking loudly, so Marcus and I asked if we could go outside for a while. It was getting late, probably around 11 at night, but it was summer, and the adults weren't really paying attention to us. They told us not to go far, just stay in the complex where they could see us from the balcony if they looked out. We grabbed our sodas and headed outside, sitting on this little concrete wall near the parking lot. It was hot that night, even though it was late. I remember the sticky feeling of sweat on the back of my neck and the buzz of the streetlights overhead. We were just talking about video games or whatever when I noticed something move over by the church. The motion light had clicked on, casting this harsh white light across the front yard. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably just a cat or something. But then I looked closer, and that's when I saw it. "Hey," I said to Marcus, my voice coming out all weird and tight. "Do you see that? Over by the church?" Marcus squinted in that direction. "See what?" "By the light. There's someone there." We both stared, and as my eyes adjusted, I could make out a figure standing in the churchyard. It was just standing there, completely still at first. The light illuminated enough that I could see what looked like a clown, not like a cheerful birthday party clown. This was different. The face was white with these dark features, and even from that distance, Something about it looked wrong. Off. Like it wasn't quite a mask, but it wasn't quite a face either. My stomach dropped. Even before I noticed what it was holding, something about the way it stood there made my skin crawl. And then I saw the weapons. In one hand, it had what looked exactly like a pistol, pointed down at its side. In the other hand was a baseball bat, resting casually on its shoulder like someone might hold it before taking a swing. "Do you see that?" I whispered, not wanting to take my eyes off the figure. "It's a clown with a gun and a bat." Marcus didn't answer right away, and when I glanced at him, his face had gone pale. He nodded slowly, his eyes wide. The clown started to move, pacing back and forth across the churchyard. Its movements were smooth but unnatural, like it was gliding more than walking. The bat stayed perched on its shoulder, and the gun remained pointed at the ground. It moved back and forth, like it was patrolling or waiting for something. We sat frozen, neither of us daring to move. My heart was hammering so hard, I was sure Marcus could hear it. I wanted to run back to the apartment, to the safety of the adults, but I was afraid any movement would attract its attention. So we just sat there, watching. For maybe 20 or 30 seconds, it continued this weird pacing. Then, without any warning, the figure just disappeared. 1 second it was there, mid-stride, and the next it was gone. Not like it ran away or ducked behind something. There was nowhere to hide. It vanished, like someone had switched off a projection. The light was still on, illuminating the empty yard, but the clown was gone. "Did you see that?" I gasped, finally finding my voice. "Where did it go?" Marcus was shaking. "I don't know, man. It just disappeared." We both sat there for another minute, staring at the empty churchyard. The motion light eventually clicked off, plunging the area back into darkness. That's when we decided to run back to the apartment. We burst through the door, out of breath and pale. My mum asked what was wrong, but how could I explain what we'd just seen? I mumbled something about getting spooked by shadows, and she told us to stay inside for the rest of the night. I don't think she realized how genuinely terrified we were. Later that night, when everyone had gone home and Marcus had returned to his apartment, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind, the clown figure, the weapons, the way it vanished into thin air. I told myself maybe it was just someone playing a prank, but deep down I knew that didn't explain how it had disappeared so completely, so instantly. The next morning, I found Marcus outside and pulled him aside. "About last night," I started, half hoping he'd tell me it was all a joke or a misunderstanding. "The clown," he said quietly, glancing around to make sure no one else could hear us. "I saw it too, the gun and the bat, and how it just disappeared." A chill ran through me despite the summer heat. It wasn't my imagination. We'd both seen the same thing. "What do you think it was?" I asked. Marcus shrugged, but I could tell he was still freaked out. "I don't know, but I don't want to go near that church again." I agreed. For the rest of that weekend, we stayed close to the apartment building. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the clown figure watching us from a distance. I didn't tell my mum or Rick. What would I say? That we saw an armed clown that vanished into thin air? They'd think I was making it up, or had watched too many horror movies. When Sunday came, and it was time for me to go back to my dad's, I was relieved. I didn't want to stay near that church anymore. But as we drove past it on our way out of the neighborhood, I couldn't help but stare at the ordinary-looking building in daylight. There was nothing unusual about it, just a small church with a simple yard. No sign of anything strange. I didn't visit my mom the next weekend. I made up an excuse about a school project. The weekend after that, when I did go back, I asked Marcus if he'd seen anything weird again. He hadn't, but he admitted he'd been avoiding going out at night. We never talked about it much after that, like we both wanted to pretend it never happened. A few months later, My mum broke up with Rick, and I never went back to that neighborhood again, but I couldn't forget what I'd seen. As I got older, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was someone playing a cruel prank. Maybe the disappearance was just a trick of the light, or they ducked behind something we couldn't see from our angle. But none of those explanations ever felt right. I'm 16 now, and I still think about that night. I've researched the history of that church and the area around it, looking for anything that might explain what we saw. There were no reports of clown sightings in the area, no violent incidents at the church that I could find. Just an ordinary Vietnamese community church in an ordinary neighborhood. Sometimes I wonder if Marcus still remembers it as clearly as I do, or if he's managed to convince himself it was just a childhood imagination gone wild. We lost touch after my mom and Rick broke up, so I've never had the chance to ask him. The thing that still gets to me all these years later isn't just the creepy clown figure or the weapons it carried. It's the way it disappeared. One moment there, the next gone, like it had walked through an invisible door. There was no rational explanation for that, and if that part was real, then everything else must have been real too. I've never seen anything like it since, and part of me hopes I never will. But I still check the shadows sometimes, especially when I'm out at night, and I still can't stand clowns or walk past a church after dark without my heart racing a little faster. I don't know what we saw that night. A ghost, some kind of apparition, or something I don't even have a name for, but I know it was real. And I know that somewhere out there, that figure might still be pacing back and forth, bat on its shoulder, gun at its side, waiting for something or someone. I just hope it's not waiting for me. Story 24. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've been holding it in for so long, never really telling anyone the full story. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. Growing up in Philadelphia in the 90s was pretty normal for the most part. We lived in one of those typical brick row homes in northeast Philly. Nothing fancy, just a regular middle-class neighborhood. My parents both worked full-time jobs. My dad at the post office and my mom as a secretary at an insurance company. They had opposite schedules sometimes, which meant that starting when I was around 6 years old, I'd occasionally be home alone for a few hours. This was before people freaked out about leaving kids alone. Most of my friends had similar situations. It wasn't a big deal back then. My parents would leave me with clear instructions. Don't answer the door, don't use the stove, and call Mrs. Peterson next door if anything happened. I was a pretty responsible kid, so I mostly just watched TV or played with my toys. That's when it started. The first time I was sitting on our brown corduroy couch watching cartoons. It was a Tuesday afternoon, I remember, because my mum always worked late on Tuesdays. I had this weird feeling creep up my spine, like when someone's staring at you. You know that feeling? Like a prickling sensation on the back of your neck. I tried to ignore it at first, but it got so intense that I finally turned around. And that's when I saw him, or it, I don't know what to call it. There was someone peeking around the doorframe that led to our hallway, just a face partially visible watching me. The thing is, it wasn't a normal face. It was a mask, a brown leather mask divided into 3 horizontal sections. No eye holes, no mouth hole, nothing. Just smooth leather in 3 distinct sections, and the hands gripping the doorframe had black leather gloves. I froze. I literally couldn't move. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I ran to Mrs. Peterson's immediately. She checked the house, but found nothing. My parents thought I had an overactive imagination when they got home. My dad even joked that I'd been watching too many scary movies, which wasn't true. They never let me watch anything scary. I tried to forget about it, but a week later, it happened again. This time, I was at the kitchen sink, getting a glass of water. That same feeling crawled up my spine, and when I turned around, there he was again, just peeking around the corner from our dining room, those black-gloved hands gripping the doorframe. That sectioned brown leather mask tilted slightly as if curious. This continued for about 2 months. Always the same figure, always just watching me from doorways. Never approaching, never threatening, just observing. I started to get used to it, as crazy as that sounds. I never felt like it wanted to hurt me. It was unsettling, sure, but not terrifying. Then the voices started. I used to practice piano in my bedroom. My parents had gotten me this small keyboard because I begged for lessons. One afternoon, I was practicing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star when I heard someone call my name. Olivia. It was soft, almost a whisper, but clear as day. It came from just outside my bedroom door. I thought it was my mom, so I got up and checked, but no one was there. I went downstairs and found my mom in the kitchen making dinner. "Did you call me?" I asked her. "No, honey. I've been down here the whole time." This happened repeatedly. I'd be alone in my room, and I'd hear my name called from just outside the door. Sometimes it sounded like my mom, sometimes my dad, sometimes a voice I didn't recognize. But every time I checked, no one was there. The weirdest part, I wasn't scared. There was something comforting about the voice, like whoever or whatever it was just wanted my attention, not to harm me. As months passed, the sightings became less frequent. By the time I was 8, they had mostly stopped. I almost forgot about my strange visitor until I hit my teenage years, when things got really tough. When I was 14, my uncle moved in with us after my aunt died. He was my dad's brother, and looking back, I can see how grief-stricken he was. But at the time, all I knew was that he changed everything. He drank a lot, and my parents were always fighting about him. And then he started coming into my room at night. I can't go into details about what happened, it's still too painful, but it went on for almost a year before I finally broke down and told my school counselor. The aftermath was brutal. Police, social services, my parents' disbelief followed by horror and guilt. My uncle went to jail eventually, but by then I was already deeply damaged. I fell into a severe depression. I stopped eating, stopped talking, stopped living, basically. When I was 16, after a suicide attempt, I was hospitalized in the adolescent psychiatric ward at Pennsylvania Hospital. That's when my visitor returned. I was lying in the hospital bed my 3rd night there. The meds they gave me made everything feel fuzzy, but I wasn't asleep yet. The room was dark except for the light from the hallway coming through the small window in the door, and then I heard it. Olivia. My name just outside my door in that same familiar whisper from my childhood. My heart raced, but not from fear. I felt relieved, like an old friend had come to check on me. I turned toward the door, and there he was, just a glimpse of that sectioned leather mask and those black-gloved hands at the edge of my door window. Then a nurse came by on rounds, and he disappeared. I told the nurse what I'd seen, not thinking clearly because of the medication. She immediately gave me something to help me sleep, noting hallucinations on my chart. I tried to explain that it wasn't a hallucination, that I'd been seeing this figure since I was a child, but that just made things worse. They increased my medication, and I never saw the figure again during my hospital stay. But I felt him. Even when I couldn't see him, I knew he was there. After 2 months in the hospital and intensive therapy, I was released. High school was a struggle, but I graduated and even managed to get into Community College of Philadelphia. I was doing okay. Not great, but okay. I still had nightmares about my uncle, still had days where getting out of bed seemed impossible, but I was functioning. Then COVID hit. The lockdown was brutal for someone like me who had worked so hard to create structure and routine. Suddenly, I was trapped in my small apartment all day, taking classes online, not seeing anyone. My depression came roaring back. I started having panic attacks, something I hadn't experienced since the hospital. One night, about 2 weeks into lockdown, I woke up unable to move, sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, but this time was different. I could feel a presence in my room, something sitting on the edge of my bed. I couldn't turn my head to look, couldn't move at all, but I wasn't afraid. Instead, I felt calm wash over me, like someone was telling me everything would be okay. Then I felt a gloved hand rest gently on my forehead. I still couldn't see, but I knew those black leather gloves were back. The weight on my bed shifted, and I felt something lean close to my ear. "Olivia," whispered that familiar voice. "I'm still here." The sleep paralysis broke, and I could move again. I sat up quickly, heart pounding, but my room was empty, yet I didn't feel alone. That night changed something for me. I started to see my visitor not as something creepy or supernatural, but as a protector. Throughout my childhood, through the abuse, through my depression, he'd been there watching, not interfering exactly, but witnessing, making sure I wasn't completely alone. Over the past few years, I've sensed him most strongly when I'm at my lowest. When grief or anxiety overwhelm me, I'll catch a glimpse of him in a doorway or feel his presence in the room. Sometimes I even hear my name called softly when no one else is around. I've done research, looked into protective spirits or guardian angels or whatever you want to call them. Nothing quite matches what I've experienced. The leather mask, the gloves, they don't fit any folklore I can find. Last month, I was going through some old family photos and found something that made my blood run cold. In a picture of my great-grandfather's workshop from the 1930s, there was a leather mask hanging on the wall, sectioned into 3 parts, exactly like the one my visitor wears. Next to it hung a pair of black leather gloves. When I asked my mum about it, she said my great-grandfather was a leather worker who specialized in theatrical masks. He died in a fire in his workshop before I was born. The mask and gloves in the photo were apparently his prized creation, a commissioned piece for a theatre production that never happened because the theatre burned down too. I don't know what to make of all this. Is my visitor my great-grandfather? Is he something that took on the appearance of his creation? Or is this all just a series of coincidences and my mind trying to make sense of trauma? All I know is that even now, at 25, living alone in my apartment, I never truly feel alone. Sometimes when I'm washing dishes at the sink, I'll get that familiar prickling feeling on the back of my neck. Or when I'm particularly sad, I'll hear my name whispered from the hallway. I don't look anymore. I don't need to. I just say, "Thank you for watching over me," and continue what I'm doing. Some people might find this terrifying. Sometimes I question my own sanity. But after everything I've been through, I find comfort in knowing that something or someone has been witnessing my life, especially during the darkest times. That even when I thought I was completely alone in this world, I never truly was. He's still here, still watching, and somehow that makes me feel safe.